Alrighty, hello. Okay, more PGR today. We're gonna begin anew. I'm gonna finish the second half of it. Go through the rest of the main, or at least the normal story here. We're gonna finish through the rest of the normal story, which is only 14, no, it's 14, 15, and 16. And then it's hidden story, which is the rest of it. Ready. Let me grab a sip of water here. Okay. I already did my dailies earlier today too, so there's nothing really much left for me to do aside from reading this, so let's just start immediately. And this does have a secret achievement. So I'll be following the little story achievement guide I have open on the side here. But here we go. Straight into it. Gestrig Academy. Your vision blurs as illusory images overlap. Having just ended the deep mind connection with Jetavie, you need a moment to process the discomfort caused by the slight misalignment between your body and your consciousness. You shake your head to clear the after images lingering on your retinas, barely managing to steady yourself. Jetavie slumps nearby, breathing heavily. Her overextended assault has obliterated most of the corrupted inside the academy, but an endless stream of them continues to appear beyond the walls. You survey the surroundings, but the clown-like figure is nowhere to be seen. While looking around, you catch sight of a corrupted from the corner of your eye, using the corpses of his companions as stepping stones to climb over the high wall. Draw a gun. Before you can react, a low shriek pierces the air near your ear. The bullet flies swift and true, shattering the corrupted as the shot rings out. A dark line emerges from the tide of corrupted, just as a communication signal chimes in your ear. Squad G227 has reached the designated coordinates, Uzbeni. What's the situation on the ground? You look up as the dark line comes into focus, materializing as small groups of human figures. They move with practiced coordination, tearing open a gap in the clustered mass of corrupted. Soon, these task force reinforcements break through into the academy. You're a huge help. The support couldn't be more timely. As the two of you speak, a field medic approaches. They inject a serum that immediately brings your exhausted mind back into focus. I've transferred squad command authority to your terminal, Commandant. Secure the area. A large number of corrupted are flooding the perimeter. I'm currently leading the soldiers in the conservation area to clear them out, and I'll join you as soon as possible. Wait. Have you made any discoveries during your support operation? The number of corrupted is highly abnormal, and there's a suspected boss-level entity among them. You keenly sense Lee's reluctance in his pauses and careful choice of words. I can ask the squad leader directly, Lee. G227 discovered an area that could be the source of the corrupted while approaching your position, and a high-energy signature escaping from the direction of the academy. However, I recommend postponing any action against these two targets until I arrive. I understand your concern, Lee, but time is of the essence. There are many wounded who need treatment in the academy and numerous civilians who need evacuation. If we don't deal with the source quickly, I'm afraid the corrupted will regroup and surround us again. G227 doesn't have the capability to assault an area with such high corrupted density. Dealing with both the source and that high energy entity requires elite constructs. Jetavie has your condition. Jetavie lifts her hair to insert the power component provided by the task force into the back of her neck. Upon hearing the question, she raises her gun in a gesture of readiness. No problem at all. As long as I have enough energy, I'm good to go. No problem. We must capture Gwynplaine as soon as possible. We don't have enough time. A powerful infected mechanoid like Gwynplaine would wreak havoc on nearby conservation areas if it breaks free from control. Go find the squad leader. He'll sync the map data with you. If there's danger, don't be reckless. I'll leave now to rendezvous with you. I know what I'm doing, don't worry. After ending the call, your gaze lands on Jetavie. She's still a bit unsteady on her feet, but has clearly regained some of her energy. Finally, we meet again, Chosen One. What kind of life have you been living in this world? Meeting me again is such a miracle. I have so many things I want to tell you, and so many things I want to do with you. But before that, her smile slowly fades, replaced by an icy gaze fixed in the direction where the clown escaped. Jetavie will eliminate every obstacle that dares stand in our way, one by one. I won't let anyone take you away from me ever again. I feel the same way, Jetavie? Yes. Now then, Chosen One, let's embark on a journey with me. Following the trail Lee provided, Jetavie and you drive to a factory billowing with thick smoke. Seemingly quite displeased with the excessive decor of this place, Jetavie pinches her nose and furrows her brow. But this really is the source of the corrupted. Let's make this quick. I don't want to waste time I could be spending with you. Let's do this. Who is playing to the limit? Sound of corrupted footsteps approaches from a distance. What are they talking about? Can you understand it?
パニシングに侵食されてるからちょっとだけだけど。さーて、侵食隊ちゃんたち、ねんねの時間よ。君の番よ。そろそろ行くわよ。構築初期化。同じ過ちは繰り返さない。長き夜を楽勝ね。何か手がかりがないか周辺を調べよう。これは操作台？それにチップが1枚。はあ、粗悪品と不良品を処分する場所ね。
Platform lift instructions. 1. Operators must be wearing safety equipment at all times, including helmets, safety boots, and gloves. 2. Operators must be wearing safety equipment Wait, what? Is that intentionally supposed to be repeated like that? Some information in this strange manual has been repeated in colorful crayon. Oh, it is intentional. Which is why it is numbered 1133. That must be a code. Password.
昇降台の操作説明。とりあえず持っておこう。ガラクタばっかりね。
Strange red nose. It contains a chip inside. Perhaps it unlocks a contraption somewhere else.
これが権限取得に必要なアイテムなの？可愛くない。
Factory blueprint, LG11, garbage disposal, LG12, production hall, LG21, control room, LG22. Logic, the term is crossed out and replaced with the word showroom written in crayon. LG23, where also crossed out, replaced with a squiggly maze. Basement, the clown stage, in cursive unlike the rest which are in block letters.
工場の構造図。これをたどればあのピエロのところへ行けそう。よし、次のエリアに行こっか。
ようこそグインプレイン遊園地へ。ここは VIP 専用特別通路だよ。
これのどこが通路よ。なんであんたが転落死してないのよ。操作台だ。起動に権限が必要かな。確かさっき拾った赤い花。
Oh, 1133. My name is name. Nice. Hello. Hello, hello.
だね。
Oh.
ごめんください。うわ、一人だけでも可愛くないのに4人いるとか。
さあお客様、特別サービスをご堪能あれ。遊びましょう。
旅の果てで全てが集う。そろそろ行くわよ。同じ過ちは繰り返さない。
なんてことを。なぜアトラクションを壊すんだ。
知らない。
Okay. Is there anything else in this room? Doesn't look like it. Oh wait, what's this? Operation report on a terminal. An operation report on a terminal. Okay. It describes the attack route of the corrupted and the resulting destructions in detail, without any useful information, and acts more like a record of some form of achievement, left behind as if to please someone else. The name Gwynplaine stands out in the last note of the report.
作戦記録。やっぱりこの前の襲撃は全部計画されてたってことね。
There's nothing else, right? I can't go upstairs.
確か次は展示室で、その次が迷路で、エレベーターだったよね。この廊下、本当にセンスゼロ。いいわ、ちょっとだけ遊んであげる。本当の夜明けに向かおう。当たれ、行け。君の番よ。そろそろ行くわよ。この侵食体、この濃度ならまだ話が通じるかも。
Talk.
ねえ、この次は迷路でしょ。近道とかある？
Any traps then?
罠とかない？何か言ってよ。ピエロについて行っちゃダメ。ピエロについて行っちゃダメ？はあ？とりあえず進もう。
Okay. It said after... I don't know if this is the this must be the NPC mentioned in the story achievement, so there should be like a cardboard cutout somewhere for me to interact with. That's what I have to do next. I don't see anything. It says in front of you. Oh. The objective thing says, after the room where you interact with an NPC with a clown nose, which I assume is that, go to where the cardboard cutout in front of you, turn back, pull lever, open a gate. Cardboard cutout. I don't see any cardboard cutouts, so do I have to go through the room here first? Oh, this. Go to the cardboard cutout. Come back, pull the lever to open a gate. Nope. I think I just failed it because I'm not supposed to trigger any trap. What lever is there? I don't see it. These instructions are not clear enough. Pull a lever. What? I don't get it. Is it this?
Yes, okay.
Okay, those directions were so
何
bad.
このパネル作画ミスじゃない？
I might have to redo it later, just so I can get that achievement. Yeah, those instructions were terrible.
よし OK。 もうまだ遊び足りないの？さっさと片付けましょう。馬鹿げた水面。行け！初期か。よし、この下があいつの本拠地ね。一気に行くわよ、天に選ばれた人。
That wasn't it. Whatever. Maybe later. Small clusters of corrupted drift through the labyrinthine steel jungle, trusted beyond salvation. 2 gunshots shattered the stillness of the factory. Multitudes of corrupted turn their heads in perfect unison, then pivot and surge toward the source of the sound. Holding your breath, you both wait until the last corrupted leaves your detection range, then leap with Jetavie toward a room directly opposite your hiding spot, marked by a broken nameplate. After maneuvering through the factory for some time, you determine that this room is the most likely place to find the clues you're looking for. You both step into the room and press against the wall, listening for any movement outside. After confirming your actions haven't drawn the attention of any corrupted, you close the door gently behind the two of you. You turn around to find Jetavie already examining the objects in the room, her fingers dancing across controls as equipment along the workbench lights up one by one. Find anything? This isn't the central hub. There's no experimental or control operating system here. Jetavie's fingertips leap across the keyboard as cascades of data stream down like waterfalls reflected in her pupils. After a few moments, Jetavie shakes her head in frustration and moves to shut down the equipment. The hard drive contains nothing but document files. We came to the wrong place. No? Wait. The corrupted just left. We still have a little time. Let's take a look at what's inside these files first. We could, I guess. They probably aren't worth reading. These files are ancient, and the folder names don't look like they'd contain structural diagrams or anything useful. Wait, what's this? Jetavie methodically unlocks each system permission, then suddenly lets out a soft gasp of surprise. Gwynplaine? Why does that name sound familiar? Is what that clown called himself earlier. Moving closer to Jetavie, you watch as lines of records slowly materialize on the screen. Training Dossier H82, recorded by Horst. By order of Executive Officer Gwynplaine, I will become your newest sample. Gwynplaine taps his cane lightly on the floor. The dull sound makes Horst's throat go dry with unease. Do you really have to do this, sir? Gwynplaine responds to Horst with uncontrollable coughing. Oh, wiping fresh blood from the corner of his mouth with a handkerchief. Cough, 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 cough. There you go. His gaze toward the screen grows distant and unfocused. I don't have much time left. This is the only way I can live to witness the day the Matrix project succeeds. Sample my consciousness. I'll cooperate with your procedures as much as possible. So the prototype for that clown's mind was the former leader of this project. Perhaps this guy's position was even higher. This information in the dossier has special security clearance. Leibowitz Company, Executive Officer, Gwynplaine. Jetavie's brow furrows as she begins a targeted search through the dossier using his name as the key word. More and more windows begin to pop up on the screen, with specialized terminology and various data taking center stage while the formulaic records gradually diminish. As the cursor moves downward, the dates on the window pages advance day by day, and Jetavie's expression grows increasingly grim, until a record appears with almost all its data highlighted in red. This is the final entry. Can you tell me what happened? Jetavie opens her mouth, then hesitates and lets out a sigh. It's so strange. I have no idea what they were trying to accomplish ultimately. The whole thing was nothing but a farce. Why? Horst defied Gwynplaine's wishes, which led to trouble. That's the most logical conclusion given the current situation. Horst actually fulfilled Gwynplaine's wishes by collecting his consciousness data in its entirety. He even included the unnecessary cognition and obsessions, then meticulously subjected the AI model to intensive training. You know how many unexpected issues occurred during humanity's early artificial intelligence research, right? I've heard a little about it. Creative fields, once considered the most challenging, fell the quickest, while what seemed like basic behavioral instruction trees proved unexpectedly difficult. The disparities between human and artificial intelligence thinking patterns and knowledge bases led to numerous erroneous judgments. One possibility humans never anticipated was that artificial intelligence would, under certain circumstances, use deception to fulfill human instructions. The AI lied to humans? Horst's training method was too intensive, beyond what even the AI model could withstand. To alleviate the pressure, it had to impose limitations on itself, pretending to be less capable in order to avoid the nearly impossible training requirements. This wouldn't have been an issue. Eventually, as training progressed, the AI would have adapted to the project requirements, but... Jetavie pauses briefly, closes the window, and sorts the training records into date-organized directories, placing them alongside directories for other projects. The disparity in numbers suddenly makes the clues crystal clear. Horst was too impatient, perhaps due to the immense pressure from Gwynplaine's final wish. After each training session, he completely copied the results, rebuilt the AI model on this new foundation, and continued the iteration process. So this whole thing is just... He copied flawed results and continued this cycle repeatedly. Jetavie closes the directory and reopens the final page, filled with bright red data. Gwynplaine is now completely haywire, a pathological mechanical consciousness whose underlying logic no one can comprehend. As her eyes fall on one line of data, Jetavie's usually cheerful demeanor fades into something indescribable. Its mental age is, possibly, only around 7 or 8 years old. That's why Gwynplaine's acting the way he is. All the flawed results kept on getting copied instead, and so it's not Gwynplaine anymore. It's a more immature, wacky, goofy version of Gwynplaine. Jester's Requiem. So basically, this one, for its stage achievement, says parry the ball attack twice in a row, and then defeat Gwynplaine. Alright, let's see how my parry skills go. This looks like an arena from like Borderlands. What the hell? As you advance with Jetavie into the factory's deepest section, a bizarre stage bathed in flashing lights assaults your vision. Ha 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 ha! This old man just keeps laughing. There's no way to communicate with him. Jetavie readies her greatsword with a swing, looking eager to engage. Pretty confident, aren't you? I've merged with the Matrix's computing power. Plus, I have the chosen one by my side. The Jetavie you see now is basically a mini mobile Matrix, you know? This music, okay. Alright, let's do this. Ready, chosen one? Parry the ball attack.
Yahoo! 素晴らしい舞台をご用意しましたよ準備はいかがグインプレンの演出始まり
君の番
当たらないよ
構築初期化長き夜を切り裂け
それプレイボール
There we go. That's what it was. Oh, that's easy.
本当の夜明けに向かおう旅の果てで
ジェジェジェジェーン
私の番よ
Oh.
馬鹿げた水泳私の番よはあ同じ過ちは繰り返さないあいったた
Hello, Ryuju. Ow. What? I couldn't attack. What the hell?
あらら焦ってる結末はまだ
ジェジェジェジェーンいた
当たれ行けそろそろ行くわよこいつ完全にイカれてる天に選ばれた人今こそアルゴリズムを使う時よ力を貸して結末
Do not get hit by his attacks. Yikes.
君の番よ同じ過ちは繰り返さない結末はまだ遅い
Ugh. Died once there. What in the Dead by Daylight frickin' tally mark is that?
当たれ
What?
お客様へ
Oh no.
サプライズ
I wanted to go for those parries there too.
よしマトリックス演算完了
What the hell?
旅の果てで全てが集う
私の負け
That was a cool fight though. Bandit's Factory 141 outskirts. Really cool fight. With Gwynplaine's self-destruction, the already precarious structure of this dangerous place completely collapses. And the music was really good too. Amid tremors and falling debris, you and Genevieve break out of the factory. Countless corrupted surge out alongside you. Don't engage them. Fall back and defend the academy. Yeah, I got it. Yeah. Genevieve unleashes her full power. A red slash streaks by, instantly clearing the area around the parked vehicles. You both climb into the truck, one in front and one behind. Genevieve hangs halfway out the window using her firepower to clear a path. The Commandant seizes the opportunity to throw several grenades into the distance, creating chaos. Chaos? Before long, the vehicle returns to the Academy district. From a distance, you can see numerous corrupted still gathered outside the Academy grounds. We destroyed the factory, so why are there still so many of these damn things? They've been accumulating for years after all. The other me? You wrench the steering wheel, narrowly avoiding several corrupted attempting to ram the vehicle, then quickly tap your headset to answer the incoming call. Looks like you've taken care of the factory. But we still have a significant loose end to tie up. Give us a plan, Lee. Do you still have Squad G227's map on you? Drive around in circles to lure them away, then lead them back to the tower marked to the map. Someone will be there to place explosives so we can coordinate and eliminate them all at once. Can you handle this? The task force doesn't look like they can spare anyone right now. Not us. You. What do you mean? Before Genevieve can finish her question, her tone suddenly becomes animated. Number 55. Number 52. Several figures climb over the high academy walls. Though they appear somewhat disheveled, they move with renewed energy. They gesture frantically to Genevieve in the truck and, without breaking stride, race toward the tower with bundles of bags in hand. Chosen One, give us a hand. Leave it to me. With your foot on the gas pedal, floor it! And one hand on the wheel, you and Genevieve lean out the opposite sides of the vehicle. Floor it! Gunfire erupts, like sharks smelling blood, the corrupted horde's attention is instantly drawn by it, causing them to turn as one. Lee, how much time do they need? One will do. No problem. The vehicle and its stream of bullets trace an elegant arc across the street, as clouds of dust envelop the charging horde of corrupted. Soon the vehicle completes its circuit and speeds directly toward the tower. Simultaneously, Lee's commands come through the public channel and the earpiece. Tower team, fall back. Commandant, no need to time it. Just rush past the tower. Copy that. The engine roars suddenly, drowning out Genevieve's dissatisfied muttering as the vehicle crosses the predetermined line. A piercing screech fills the air. In the rearview mirror, Lee's familiar signature attack cuts across the glass. Tower! They're hitting me with... Goddamn, this OST is so good. After a brief delay, the tower suddenly collapses. I see number 55 and number 57. Don't panic, Lee's plan won't fail. The reassurance barely reaches Genevieve's ears as she's already jumped off the truck, rushing toward the collapsed tower. You sigh and turn the vehicle, leisurely making your way back to the base of the tower. As the door opens, the sight of students standing atop the ruins comes into view. The evening sunlight bathes the dust rising from the rubble in a warm red glow. Genevieve is excitedly conversing with one of the students when she hears the brakes and suddenly looks back. Then she rushes over in long strides. Chosen One, thank goodness. The old lady and Edwig are both completely safe. You should respect Teacher Martha. Genevieve carelessly sways her tail, unconcerned, as another student approaches. Thank you, Isabeni. I am your teacher. This is what I should be doing. Teacher Martha asked me to tell you that the company has approved the final assessment. We're free now. This is all thanks to you. After speaking, her expression grows a bit odd. She glances at Genevieve and then lowers her voice slightly. Martha also had one more message. Leibowitz has already noticed you and your friend. Be careful. You firmly ruffle her hair, signaling her not to worry. It's alright. I'll handle it. Don't worry. I am your teacher, after all. After the mission ends, you compile the briefings and send them back all together. As a Gestalt subterminal that utilizes the same source technology as Gestalt itself, the computing power of a single matrix is not to be underestimated. And what you discovered there is only the 7th matrix. Leibowitz likely controls other matrix facilities as well. Celica promptly updates the intelligence on Leibowitz and compiles your experiences and assessments for future military meetings. With this, Leibowitz officially enters Babylonia's radar. After learning about Genevieve's situation, Gestalt extends an invitation for her to return to Babylonia with them. Besides, even if they hadn't invited me, you won't get rid of me so easily. Rather than simply accepting the invitation, she enthusiastically follows you back to Babylonia of her own accord. She currently isn't assigned to any unit there and falls directly under Gestalt's jurisdiction. After finishing the detailed report, you walk back toward your quarters. Isabeni? A blue-haired girl in a control court uniform approaches from the opposite direction. Who are you? And you are? Huh. It's happened again just as expected. She accepts the situation with a helpless expression, resigning herself. My name is Lesty. And this is the 4th time I've introduced myself to you, Commandant. The 4th time? The girl carefully studies your expression, and after confirming your confusion isn't feigned, she smiles with satisfaction. Well, since you don't remember me at all, that means our confidentiality measures are working perfectly. Without answering your question, she skips away cheerfully. I'm thirsty. Leaving you behind. What is she talking about? Whether or not to immerse is up to you. A blurry silhouette in your mind overlaps with the blue-haired girl you just met. You tried questioning Gestalt, but it only displayed a classified emission file about an operation you previously conducted with the control court. Do you remember it? Immersion, control court, Gestalt, infiltration mission to Leibowitz. All these key words seem to point to one thing. The reason you became the Chosen One. There are still many gaps in what you know, but as someone who trained alongside you, Genevieve might know some of the missing pieces. Commandant's quarters. You're finally back, Chosen One. Human mission reports are so complicated, making Genevieve wait here for so long. The girl lying on the sofa sticks out her tongue in boredom, the small tail behind her swaying leisurely. I have some things I want to ask you. Oh, you were waiting for me? That's right. You know, I'm actually quite curious myself about how you connected to the Matrix back then. Do you remember that locked data chip we found in the Matrix before? Was that the data about the Chosen One that the company promised you before? No, I unlocked it. It was just a string of code used to remove the lock on Genevieve's data. Thanks to that, I've remembered many things about Yui and about you. If you're curious about how Genevieve came to be and how you became the Chosen One, then let Genevieve tell you all about it. Like she's about to tell a bedtime story, the girl puts on a motherly face. Oh, that's right. Genevieve points with her tail at the small white cube beside her, something you two brought back together from the Matrix. This is a birthday gift from Yui to Genevieve, a white box that lets humans and mechanoids play in virtual reality together. Well, that's cute. The mission just ended, so while we have some free time, why not join me and see what's inside? Jetavie came to see me recently. That entity born within the Matrix through your guidance. Ah, that child who visited Babylonia alongside the Grey Raven Commandant. However, that statement is slightly incorrect. Her birth did not occur under my guidance. But your will was integrated into the consciousness sample Jetavie is based on. Therefore, it is logical to infer that she was born through your guidance. It seems I didn't give you a complete picture of the Matrix information at the time. Consciousness samples are obtained through consciousness sampling. Due to the complexity of human consciousness, the sampling process doesn't occur just once. So you're saying that although the Chosen One and Jetavie were generated from the same person's consciousness sample, they correspond to different sampling periods? Yes. As for the outcome, my will only influenced the earliest consciousness sample that generated the Chosen One, but had no effect whatsoever on Jetavie. Since it occurred after your observation period, whether or not her birth was influenced by you is ultimately just speculation, isn't it? That belongs to the hidden pages of this tale. No one knows the truth until they see it. She shrugs her shoulders with a resigned expression. When Jetavie came to see you, did she share her memory data with you? Indeed. In her memories, all the Chosen Ones have pink hair, while only Jetavie's hair is interspersed with black and white. Despite originating from the same person's consciousness sample, they possess completely different characteristics, which have remained stable through each reincarnation cycle. Because only the Chosen One models were contaminated by my will. Jetavie simply inherited the original consciousness sample's characteristics. I see. Even though you didn't guide Jetavie's creation, she did indeed receive your help during her growth within the Matrix. After all, from the beginning, the Chosen One had lost all personality due to overfitting, possessing no autonomy whatsoever, merely an empty shell. Such an empty vessel could never have accompanied Jetavie through countless apocalyptic reincarnation cycles. If the Grey Raven Commandant hadn't entered the Matrix and become the soul within that shell, Jetavie would have had to face her training alone, possibly never achieving true awakening. Babylonia was only able to immerse into a non-allied Matrix facility with such precision because you provided the Chosen One's connection ports. I merely jotted down the coordinates while observing. After that, I never directly interfered with the Matrix's operations again. But when the awakening training began, wasn't the real-world Matrix already suffering from punishing virus corruption? Even though her awakening was still incomplete and the Matrix was under corruption, Jetavie still managed to safely endure millions of reincarnation cycles. So by safely, you mean that almost every time she and the Chosen One failed to escape a collapsing world, or were defeated in vain by the higher authority, if that's what you call safe. Before her complete awakening, she wasn't infected by the punishing virus. That's the only outcome that matters. That entity called the Higher Authority within the Matrix, though it appears to be an avatar of the Chosen One from one of the reincarnation cycles, is actually an extension of your will, isn't it? That's precisely why the Higher Authority was able to prevent too many viruses from being introduced at once when the Matrix was under corruption, sparing Jetavie from a premature demise. One could say her growth was indirectly guided by you. If you insist on putting it that way, I suppose you're not wrong. Still, I couldn't prevent the suffering that the Chosen One and Jetavie endured during the punishing virus corruption. She sighs. Giving up on awakening and drifting in a haven of comfort would have been a valid choice as well. But Jetavie and the Chosen One instead walked the more desperate, thorny path of awakening. Even with a small nudge from me, it was they themselves who truly chose to push Jetavie toward the door to reality. A long time ago. This is truly pathetic. In this condition, can we still recycle it? Of course, let's take it with us for now. What about the two models inside? Don't worry about them. They'll most likely be scrapped. We just need to take what's still useful. Take this. Brother. Machines. Horst hates machines the most. Pallid bed sheets, cold fluorescent lights, the acrid smell of disinfectant, along with the constant mechanical beeping of monitoring equipment and the irritating creaking of rehabilitation devices. All of this constitutes the entirety of Horst Schmidt's memories for the past 2 years. That's one hell of a name he's got. At first, he writes in his diary about the day's events, his feelings, and his wishes for tomorrow. However, after just a few months, this practice loses all meaning. Because every day he can only write down one sentence. Today, medication, injections, rehabilitation exercises. Working, no problem. The only thing he can look forward to is the weekly visiting hours, those moments when his parents appear in his hospital room, even if they can only stay with him for a short while. But today's visiting hours are almost over, and their familiar figures have yet to appear. Could something have delayed them on the way? Horst wonders groggily, his mind clouded by the side effects of his medication. In his drowsy state, he seems to hear his parents' voices, fragmented and interrupted, mingled with the doctor's voice. From their tone, it sounds like they are arguing about something. Mr. and Mrs. Schmidt, your son's condition has shown significant improvement after treatment. Given more time, complete recovery is entirely possible. This child has been so brave all this time. To give up now, it would be such a terrible waste. Nearly 3 years of treatment, so much money spent, and he still can't even get out of bed. My efforts were wasted on him. He's a disgrace to our family. Even if he's discharged, who knows what lasting effects he'll have. Am I supposed to take care of him for the rest of my life? Why even bother having a child in the first place then if you're going to act like that? These two are stupid. If that happens, just imagine how people would mock our family. We'd be better off pretending we never had a son. Once we spent the last of our money, don't ask us for anything else, whether he's cured or not. Damn. No. Dad. Mom. Don't give up on me. I want to live. He wants to cry out, but no sound escapes his parched throat. Fear washes over his foggy mind. In the darkness, what appeared to be the silhouettes of his father and mother materialized before his eyes. He tries to reach out and touch them, but their figures remain forever beyond his grasp. He can't decipher the expressions on his parents' faces. Is it weariness, indifference, or disgust? Poor kid. The doctor's voice reaches him faintly as Horst slips back into unconsciousness. After that conversation between his parents and the doctor, Horst has never received another visit from them. Horst, your parents have been very busy lately and haven't had time to visit, but they're very concerned about you. You just focus on getting better, alright? Alright. Thank you, doctor. Please tell my father and mother. I miss them so much. Horst doesn't expose this clumsy yet well-intentioned lie. Instead, he retrieves the diary he hasn't touched for a long time. Today, took medicine, got injections, worked hard in rehab, asked doctor for extra exercises. Today, halved pain meds, stepped up rehab exercises, challenged myself to be independent in daily tasks. Today, in pain but chose to refuse painkillers, requested removal of the support braces. Today, completed discharge procedures. Goes home, sees his parents, and kills them. I wouldn't doubt that happening. Horst stands at the hospital entrance, tugging at his coat that refuses to fit properly no matter how he adjusts it. He stands at the hospital entrance from early morning until noon before finally catching sight of his father coming to pick him up. Through the curtain of rain, the car winds along the mountain road. Inside, nothing breaks the awkward silence except for the faint hum of the engine. A 3-year gap exists in Horst's memories of living with his father. Though he sits once more in the familiar car seat, an unshakable sense of unease lingers. Dad. I just wanted to say that from now on, I'll work harder than before. I won't disappoint you again. Don't just talk the talk, Horst. Follow through on your words with actions. Make yourself presentable. When we get home, I'll introduce you to your younger brother. Younger brother? His father doesn't respond, continuing to focus his gaze on the road ahead. My efforts were wasted on him. He's a disgrace to our family. If that happens, just imagine how people would mock our family. We'd be better off pretending we never had a son. That's just reality, Horst. You'll understand. Horst, don't upset your father. You need to be sensible. Right. That's wonderful, Dad. The car drives into the family courtyard. This is Horst's first time setting foot here in 3 years. His mother walks out upon hearing their arrival, then gestures for a child behind her to come forward. Welcome home, brother. His little brother is not some cute, rosy-cheeked baby. Upon seeing a figure identical to himself, Horst's gaze freezes. Come here, Horst. This is your brother, Dennis. I finally get to meet you, brother. I'm so happy. I've been so eager to see you. Same height, same features. He stands before Horst like a reflection in a mirror, wearing a dutiful smile and opening his arms for a hug. He notices a QR code on the other's neck, along with a glaring line of small text. Label is limited. Household Android MTHD 3 model. This is an android? Dennis maintains his friendly, proper smile, while that face, all too identical to his own, utterly repulses Horst. Why? Why would you do something like this? How can he look identical to me? This is revolting. Horst, you need to learn to control your emotions. You've grown up now. You can't keep being willful like you were as a child. Perhaps you should learn some of Dennis's good sense and politeness. I don't want this piece of scrap metal as my brother. It's just a monster that looks like me. You. Why would you do this to me? That's enough, Horst. Is this how you speak to your parents? Go to the storage room and cool off. When you realize your mistake, come back and properly apologize to us. Plus, his father shoves him into the storage room as if he were picking up a baby chick. As the door closes, Horst can still hear the voice of that damned android. Mom, Dad, please don't be angry. Horst might just not be feeling well. I promise I'll be his best friend. Dad, I've already made you coffee. Mom, I've tidied up my room as well. I'll go continue my piano practice for today now. What a good boy you are, Dennis. Horst is so hungry. He hasn't had any lunch or dinner. The aroma of food and coffee wafts in from outside along with the sound of piano music. Eventually, all those sounds fade away. It's bedtime now, but Horst remains locked in the cold, dark storage room. Or dark, cold storage room. Same thing. Horst feels like an unwanted stranger in his own home. There's no place for him anymore. Why? Why does that metalhead with its worthless chip get praised for being well-behaved and polite, just for spouting a few pre-programmed lines? Does he deserve it? Is he even human? Horst spends the entire night consumed by rage. But when he's finally released from the storage room the next morning, his hunger overpowers his anger. What should you say now, Horst? I'm sorry, Mom, Dad. I know I was wrong. I shouldn't have treated Dennis like that. Meanwhile, that disgusting android stands next to Horst's parents, still wearing its perfect smile. It's okay, Horst. I suppose that's barely acceptable. Clean yourself up properly. Your face is filthy. I can hardly stand to look at you. I'll go wash up now. Dennis, I'll come find you later, and then we can play a new game together. Okay. Standing on the rooftop, Horst carefully peeks down to gauge the height. This should be high enough, he thinks. With his parents away from home, it's the perfect time to play a game. Hey Dennis, the game starts now. Jump down from here. But what kind of game is this? Why should I jump down? I might get hurt. No, it won't hurt. Just jump onto that tree over there. Let's play a game. You be the criminal, and I'll be the police officer. You jump down, and then I'll catch you. Got it? Then hurry up and jump. What are you waiting for? Okay. The android leaps forward, jumping toward the tree in the courtyard. The still growing branches clearly cannot withstand the impact of an android falling from such a height. A loud crack, followed by the thud of a heavy object hitting the ground, echoes through the air. Horst walks to the scene, satisfied to see the android lying on the ground with twisted limbs. Stupid tin can. Not so smug now, are you? If Mom and Dad ask what happened, tell them you fell by accident. Got it? Understood. Horst. What Horst doesn't realize is that his parents have returned home early and witnessed the entire scene. Explain yourself. Why would you do such a thing? Were you trying to kill him? How did you turn out like this? I never should have given birth to a child like you. You're grounded, Horst. I don't want to see you for the next week. Dennis, are you alright? Come with us to the company dinner tonight instead of staying home alone. I'm fine, Dad. I've already run my self-repair program. Everything's working properly now. A company dinner? That's wonderful. Can I play the piano there? I practiced some new pieces yesterday. Of course you can. Oh, and when you introduce yourself tonight, tell everyone your name is Horst. Be a good boy and remember that, alright? I'll remember, Dad. Horst stands there watching them chat happily together, feeling like nothing more than a piece of furniture in this home. That android has stolen his parents' love, his position in the family, and now even his name. What brother? This isn't a person. This is a disgusting machine. You shut your mouth. You're no son of ours. His parents' eyes have never looked so unfamiliar. This place is no longer his home. Fine then. Let this worthless heap of metal be your son instead. Hey, Tinhead, go ahead and make your mom and dad proud. When they're dying, you'd better stay right by their side. Horst screams these words until his voice breaks, then bolts out the door without looking back. Many years later, Horst realized that those words had, in some sense, sounded the death knell for Mr. and Mrs. Schmidt. Later that day, as the punishing fire strikes, the android with the surname Schmidt carries out the final instruction it received from its young master. On a street filled with haywire mechanoids and blood, Horst once again sees Mr. and Mrs. Schmidt, or what remains of their broken bodies. Their dear son Horst is by their side, continuously calling out Mom and Dad. All the while he is methodically tearing the bodies of the two humans in evening wear into pieces. When they die, I'll stay right by their side. Mom and Dad are finally dead now. Horst turns to face the real Horst, red eyes glowing intensely as they lock onto him, his neck emitting creaking mechanical grinding sounds. The mechanical grinding continues to echo, the sound of the clown's factory manufacturing corrupted. The memory abruptly ends. Horst deeply despises mechanoids, and yet ironically this hatred grants him unmatched insight into their internal structures, like how to best dismantle and exploit them. Leibowitz of course recognizes his talent in this area and recruits him as a senior manager. Are you done yet? There seems to be some issues with the factory's detonation program. After Gwynplaine was blasted by Jetavie's shot, he started heading back to the factory on instinct. The factory's existence is direct evidence that Horst deliberately manufactured corrupted to attack company-owned cities. To prevent others from detecting Gwynplaine's movements, Horst must destroy this factory ahead of schedule. Is it done yet? He asks, enunciating each word separately as the grinding gears amplify the anxiety churning within him. All set. I'm ready, but we need to synchronize the detonation with Jack and Paul's teams. Tell those two to hurry up. 004802 to 004803 and 004801 requesting synchronized status reports on your control stations. No response. Horst's brow twitches with unease. He glances back over his shoulder. Gone. With the guards he brought with him, not a single one remains. His hair stands on end. Sir, maybe we should detonate them now. The subordinate's body vanishes into the darkness. Ha 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 ha. Oh my god, look at him. So fun. So much fun. I want more. I want more dance partners. Ha ha ha. Dance, dance. In the dim light, the clown's surroundings come into view. Dance partners sprawled everywhere with rivers of dark red blood flowing into the darkness. The clown changes direction, staggering unsteadily toward Horst. Dance! Dance with me! Ninth Directive, Consciousness Suppression Command, execute. 10th Directive, Emergency Shutdown Command, execute. Command rejected multiple times on the screen. Warning. The clown draws nearer, or draws closer. His body spinning frantically like the high-speed saw whirling in his hand. Ha 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 ha. Spin round and round with me. Amidst the ruins of the machine factory, the clown continues his waltz. He holds Horst's hand and spins around and round at the center of the factory, as if it were the stage for some gruesome waltz. They slide across a floor slick with blood and strewn with corpses. However, his dance partner can no longer follow his steps, because the lifeless, shattered remains of Horst are unable to witness this scene. The clown clutches Horst's cold, rigid arm, continuing his frenzied dance, until the day when this machine factory and the city are completely forgotten by humanity. Well, damn. Oh, that was the end of the normal story. And now, hidden story. Ooh, backstory too. Alright. Well, before I get into that, I'll be right back. It may be a while, so hang on. Alright, I'm back. That didn't take too long, sorry. And welcome back, Leoju. That's funny. Alrighty. Time for the last few, well, I say few, but last 9 nodes. Risen. The day after passing her final exam, Herta, when the Star Rail had already rushed this experimental facility. No applause, no leisurely vacation. No one rejoices for the growth of a cog in the enormous machine that encompasses her world. Accepting the Academy's protection, escaping the nightmarish punishing virus, and the corrupted. Graduating from Gestrig means pledging the rest of one's life to Leibowitz. Weapon less than 10 pulls. If only I was that lucky. Every time I pull for characters, it always nearly ends up being like hard pity. Like I think Vera I got around 50 pity, I think. Always either soft pity or hard pity I get the character. And now I don't have enough for a weapon. Well, actually after this I might have enough, who knows. Of course, that isn't necessarily a bad thing. All Gestrig students have been branded as company property from the moment they enrolled. Survival of the fittest is their destiny, and successfully passing the final exam means she's at least not among those who are discarded. Stop daydreaming and keep up. An impatient voice interrupts her thoughts. The man in front of her quickens his pace again, forcing her to jog to keep up. Moving from the disk arrays into the computing module, the whirring of exhaust fans buzzes loudly in her ears. Towering server racks stand before her like giants. Entropy streams surge through photonic circuits, overclocked beyond the Landor limit, silently thinking at extraordinary speeds. They've arranged in tight, orderly formation, row after row, stretching endlessly into the distance. Diachronic Artificial Intelligence Incubation Engine, the 7th Matrix. So they've named it. Covering approximately 20,000 square meters and consuming 90% of the region's energy, this is Leibowitz's Matrix Center beneath City 141. How long have they been walking along the radius toward the center? It feels endless. Like an infinite loop, their scenery refuses to change no matter how far they walk. Ice blue lights hang from the dome to ceiling, swaying slightly and piercing her eyes, causing an involuntary wave of dizziness. The long trek through the sterile landscape makes her mind drift in and out of focus as stomach acid rises, prickling the back of her throat. Mr. Horst. She strains to call out to the man striding briskly ahead of her. He is the Matrix's research director and her supervisor, responsible for introducing her to the system. He has remained cold and silent ever since they first met. How much longer until we get to her lab? Her leather boots click rapidly as he strides forward. Or his. He doesn't stop, nor does he show any sign of slowing down. She bites back the second half of her request, leaving it unspoken. You can do this. There's no mountain too high. She mutters these empty platitudes under her breath, fighting back the urge to vomit. See, if it were me behind him, I'd be like, hey, asshole, I'm talking to you. The roar of the air cooling system fills her ears like a howling behemoth devouring all other sounds. So cold. She instinctively wraps her thin lab coat tighter around herself. To mark her entry into an actual Matrix lab, she put on her lab coat early and cut her long hair short. To look more mature and reliable, she put on non-prescription glasses and adopted a cold, expressionless look. For a student, this was the limit of her imagination of a researcher. How boring. She stares blankly at the compute nodes, or I guess computer nodes, with blinking LEDs, unable to feel any connection to her surroundings. The terminal nodes are connected to chambers by cables. Her eye curiously peers through the transparent glass at a test subject in the nearby chamber. A distorted face suddenly slams against the glass cover, making her to jump back in terror. She catches glimpses of the other test subjects, helplessly flailing their arms or screaming with all their might. The pain and savagery she sees in their eyes frees her in terror, stopping her in her tracks. Meanwhile, Horst strides quickly toward one of the chambers. Any update? As you can see, none of these models passed the test. Are all these people useless? Suitable candidates are rare to begin with, and moreover, this process is very hard for humans to endure. Modeling the mind in such a short time requires high-intensity external signals to stimulate neuronal discharge. Neuronal? Yeah. While also interrupting the normal transmission of neurotransmitters. Holy fucking science! I don't understand a lot of that stuff, but it sounds cool, and that's what I'm just kidding. I can only guess what all this scientific stuff means. I can only guess. I'll be honest with you. Reading through PGR and stuff from the when I first started streaming the game's story on my other channel, back on my other channel, starting from like chapter 8 all the way to like Polaris Bond, and then like of course from like after Polaris Bond to now here on this current channel. It's been so fascinating and interesting seeing all the sci-fi stuff. Even though some of it I don't understand very much, again, I can only guess at what it really means. It's still really interesting. And it's kind of cool to see it also in like WUWA too. Of course, there are people who complain about all the science jargon and whatnot, but like, yeah, I mean, I can understand why people would complain about it. But they should just be like me. You may not understand it, but hey, you can at least try to guess. And that's where the fun is. It's always fun to try and guess and predict and make theories about what's going on with any story. That's how it is for me whenever I play through the story for WUWA, through Yakuza stories and whatnot. Honestly, I think it's because of PGR that made me more attentive and more observant during stories for any game now. So thank you, Kuro Games. Take a sip at every scientific term. That would be... that's only like 2 drinks in this one bit of dialogue here. Neuronal discharge and neurotransmitters. I'm right. Neuro is like something to do with the brain or something? Am I wrong? Oh, nerves and the nervous system. Okay. Something to do with your nerves or nervous system. So that's actually not that hard to understand reading that. All you need to, like, if you just it just has something to do with your nerves or nervous system. While also interrupting the normal transmission of neurotransmitters. If they don't understand or like, they can just do their best. Jesse Pinkman impression? Yeah, Mr. White. Yeah, science. I mean, all it takes is a simple Google search on this stuff, right? But people just don't want to bother with that. If I want to be a complete dickhead about it, about people like that, I would say like they'd probably find more enjoyment opening a picture pop-up book, like, or some Dr. Seuss shit, and be like, haha, pictures and colors, as opposed to reading an actual book and be like, I don't understand any of this, I don't like it, therefore it's garbage. You're saying that I have to read? But yeah, if I do want to be mean to those kind of people, I would probably say something like that. Basically, I'm saying they're just fucking stupid. But again, that's if I want to be mean. Like I said earlier, like if they don't understand this stuff and then they complain about all the jargon, that's fair, I guess. Well, on that same level, on that same regard, you could just look up of what this means. Like even in this instance right here with the neuronal discharge and then neurotransmitters, just search up what neuro is. I just literally did it. It took me like 5 seconds. It has something to do with the nervous system or your nerves. So reading this can give you an idea of what he's talking about. It's really not that hard. The most prominent side effect is that they experience various hallucinations, seeing the most terrifying scenes from their memories, like falling from heights, watching loved ones die, or being hunted by corrupted. So that's why those subjects in the test tubes were freaking out. This is far too inefficient. Or shut your bitch ass up. It's impossible to speed up any further. One more sampling and they'll break down. Everyone falls silent. Herta clenches her notebook tightly to her chest. The electrical current in the nearby machine rack ticks impatiently, urging the humans to issue their next command. Have Delevy try it again. She's already been sampled 3 times today, sir. It's fine. She can handle it. Isn't that right, Delevy? Another prolonged, heavy silence. A green light flashes on the central grid of the monitoring device, signifying consent. Herta suddenly realizes that the test subject no longer has the strength to respond directly. Then let's get started right away. He glances at Herta, then continues walking briskly ahead. Herta, momentarily frozen in place, has no choice but to jog to catch up. Mister, those were... Didn't they teach you this at the academy? It's just... The man stops in front of her, turning to scrutinize Herta. After seemingly confirming something to himself, he speaks again. This is the 7th Matrix Project, an experiment to verify the awakening of mechanical consciousness. Mechanical consciousness awakening. She recalls an academy assessment describing this. When an AI achieves extensive processing, responsive feedback, and human-like ethics and emotions, it is termed an awakening. Using human consciousness as samples to accelerate model development. Those test subjects merely provide the samples. You mean I'll be responsible for this research in the future? But the mission I received was... Of course, this isn't your main directive. These studies are merely secondary. The mission is to take eggs laid by her from that bird cage. Beep. The iris authentication system signals its confirmation. A deep humming follows. Layer upon layer of massive security doors unlock in sequence, revealing a small room at the end of the passage. Dense mathematical equations cover the floor, extending all the way to the experimental chamber in the distance. Warm artificial light bathes the room, gently bringing Herta's feet back down to solid ground. Hearing the footsteps of a visitor, the young girl struggles to sit up in her chamber. Love the design. I'm a sucker for the monochrome colors. Traces of experimental solutions still cling to her silky long hair. It's somewhat unusual, a distinctive pattern of black and white intertwined like piano keys. Unlike the other test subjects Herta had seen before, only indifference and sorrow remained on the young girl's face. Her gaze, like the downy feathers of a nestling, tinged with a hint of confusion, falls gently upon Herta. Hello, are you Yui de Levy? Yes, Miss de Levy. The syllables of the prefix sound unfamiliar, and Herta can't quite catch what the other person means. Realizing she has lost her composure, she quickly raises her head again. I'm the assistant sent by the company. I'm Newman. No. My name is Herta. Herta Newman. But please just call me Herta. Herta. Just saying it once is enough. She awkwardly pushes up her glasses, then embarrassedly rubs her swollen calves. Miss Delavie. The young girl keeps her eyes tightly shut. White mist continuously escapes from her lips as her body shivers uncontrollably. Her pale face is completely drained with color. Vapor from the evaporating solution drifts like smoke as she slowly curls into a ball within it. Miss Delavie? Herta dashes toward the experimental chamber. It's freezing! The moment she reaches her hand into the chamber, the bone-chilling cold makes Herta gasp sharply. I'm alright. As if deliberately avoiding contact, the young girl leans against the chamber wall and slowly rises to her feet before Herta can touch her arm. Recovered? Herta looks toward the man standing rigidly at the room's entrance. He He watches them coldly, showing no intention of coming forward to help, as if completely accustomed to all this. 1 hour, 43 minutes, 52 seconds. That's how long this sampling took. Adding in adjustment and rest time, we're looking at nearly 2 hours total. There's still room to increase the neural pulse, isn't there? Wait, Mr. Horst? Yes. I'll try a 10% increase. 20%. Only stop if you can't take it anymore. Yes. Mister, she's already enduring twice the power level of the other experiments. Increasing it by another 20% will cause her nervous system to collapse. It's alright, Miss Herta. My consciousness can handle this level of strain for now. At a 99% confidence level, the experiment won't cause irreversible effects. That's what the matrix projections indicate. And the remaining 1%? The chamber safety redundancy system will cut off the pulse currents in time. But won't she feel pain? Herta recalls passing by the other test subjects earlier. Each face was twisted in agony like wild beasts trapped in cages, giving a glimpse of the mental hell they endured. Humans perceive suffering in largely the same way. What differs between individuals is merely the expression they show when facing pain. Herta looks at the young woman leaning against the chamber wall, white vapor constantly escaping from between her lips. Horst furrows his brow and slowly exhales. Alright, maybe we should take a short break for now. Herta sighs with relief. Miss Delavie, please give me your hand. It's fine. I can manage. She staggers out of the experiment chamber, gripping a nearby lab table with her right hand and slowly pushing herself upright. My terminal has received the data from the sampling. Compared to the other test subjects, the results are much better. He suddenly changes his tone. But as far as I know, isn't this model still incomplete in some aspects? Chosen one. Yes. There are deficiencies in both robustness and generalization capability. Further sampling is still required. Get ready as quickly as possible. We still have some time today. I'll try again. Good. But Miss Delavie has already had 3 samplings today. Actually, I think it's 4. She mumbles timidly, recalling a conversation between researchers she overheard outside earlier. Miss Herta, do you have any questions? Horst didn't miss even the faintest whisper she made. No, I don't have any questions. Relax, I'm not pressuring you. If you have concerns, it's better to express them openly. Herta steals a glance at her supervisor's expression, noting that he doesn't actually seem that severe. Somewhat nervously, she begins to speak. Miss Delavie hasn't had sufficient recovery time, and the experimental risks are becoming increasingly dangerous. Even if she consented to the sampling, would the researcher responsible for her well-being approve such a high-risk procedure? She glances around the lab, unable to find anyone else apart from the 3 of them. Miss Herta raises a valid point. Would you approve the experiment then, Miss Delavie? Yes, I would. Huh? Herta frantically flips through the laboratory documents, or laboratory if you want to be fancy, she had been given before entering this matrix. UE Delavie. Label its matrix, quantum parallel gradient descent optimization, bridging neural signals to model architectures. Pre-training protocol for models based on human consciousness samples. Former chief researcher of the Matrix project. Label its division 141. Test subject number 1 of the 7th Matrix project. Miss Delavie is both the researcher and the test subject? Former chief researcher. It wouldn't be appropriate for someone who's become a test subject to continue serving as a researcher, would it? Though she did volunteer for this. An exceptional scientific talent and our most valuable test subject. She's demonstrated incomparable value in every aspect. The corners of the supervisor's mouth curl into a satisfied smile. A chill runs down Herta's spine as she suddenly understands the true purpose behind all those heavy security gates. So this place is Delavie's prison. Are you satisfied with your working environment? I hope these accommodations don't lead to any misunderstandings, Miss Herta. Company assets are classified by value, and Miss Delavie happens to be one of our most precious assets. In exchange, the company's computational resources are prioritized for Delavie. She can access any research materials she desires. This is supposed to be preferential treatment? Horst doesn't answer, fixing Herta with an icy stare. Herta shrinks back, swallowing her questions. I apologize, sir. Whether it counts as preferential treatment is up to her to decide. At least from my perspective, the progress of the Matrix project is equivalent to her personal happiness, and there's nothing wrong with using one in place of the other. He shrugs with boredom, his lips curling into a mocking sneer. Yui seems uninterested in this conversation, impassively organizing the experimental data nearby. That's enough idle chatter. Remember to increase the pulse intensity to improve experimental efficiency. Yes. Complete today's experiment as soon as possible, then collect the data and send me the report. Sure. Tomorrow, transfer the data of the Chosen One model to the other departments and begin collaborative research. Do you have any other questions, Yui Delavie? Noticing Yui's attitude, the man's expression darkens, his hawk-like eyes piercing her with a sharp, predatory gaze. Don't you dare drop the ball on something this important. Herta anxiously glances at the young woman beside her. Yui's face remains pale, but her reluctance to speak doesn't seem to stem from fatigue. Whether it's Herta's imagination or not, a sudden, inexplicable defiance floods those previously vacant eyes. Yui struggles to sit up fully, meeting her supervisor's gaze directly. The Chosen One is still just a prototype. The hyperparameters need further optimization, and there's still too much noise in the dataset. Just give me 2 weeks. That's all I need. Data cleaning, parameter optimization. Teamwork would make the process much more efficient. That way you wouldn't have to serve as both the test subject and researcher at the same time, would you? Rather than letting you work alone, distributing the remaining tasks to other departments would accelerate our current progress. The previous model went haywire during testing due to data contamination, and you completely abandoned it in the end. Is this all your trust in me amounts to? Herta catches a glimpse of Yui's expression, noticing an indescribable melancholy flickering in the corners of her eyes. That only means it wasn't robust enough and got eliminated by natural selection. Nothing more. Our research cycle doesn't afford you the luxury of slow optimizations on your own. The proper approach is to produce a prototype quickly, then hand it over to other departments for collaborative iteration. If one doesn't work, we simply move on to the next. Headquarters only cares about results. No one's concerned with how standard the process is. Yui's body sways unsteadily. Herta moves forward to support her, but Yui stops her with a gesture. Unlike those models from the Golden Age that were entirely trained through external programming, models generated from human consciousness samples are inherently black boxes. While they possess extraordinary reasoning abilities, the inherent mystery of their internal workings is an equally undeniable fact. What decisions they'll make when facing various problems largely depends on their generated personalities. How to optimize them, how to remedy their defects. Those who understand them best aren't the researchers, but the models themselves. Sampling human consciousness to accelerate machine consciousness research creates models that are nearly impossible for anyone else to help. Having spoken too much at once, Yui doubles over in pain, struggling to catch her breath as her arms wrap around her body. Utter nonsense. The supervisor approaches the experiment table with a dark expression, advancing one step at a time. How many people do we have in the Matrix? How many processing units? If we wait 2 weeks, everyone's brains and all our computers will be spinning their wheels for nothing. The Matrix Center of the Golden Age could perform thousands of petaflops in just 1 second. How much computing power do you plan to waste in the Matrix? The executive officer from the East District will be here for inspection soon. We don't have much time left. If we can't satisfy the esteemed executive officer, we'll be stuck in this backwater lab 141 forever, guarding a single matrix core, never achieving any real breakthrough. If one model doesn't work, move on to the next. Rapid iteration, rapid elimination. Mr. Horst, I'll also be assisting Miss Delavie with her research, so... Miss Herta, I didn't ask for your opinion. Horst's voice drops to a lower register as he enunciates each word with deliberate emphasis. Okay, let me retry that again then. Miss Herta. Lower register, huh? How deep is the register? Miss Herta, I didn't ask for your opinion. Awakened mechanical consciousness is a field humanity has barely explored. The Chosen One model, in its current state, is nowhere near ready for testing. In 2 weeks, you'll end up with nothing more than a 50% finished defective product. 1 week. I want to see results before then. You're too impatient, Horst. She presses her lips tightly together, silently accepting this harsh ultimatum. Like a weightless feather drifting down with nary a whisper. The next second, her body simply crumples to the floor. Miss Delavie? Herta gently supports her from behind, slowly lifting her up. So light. Her body is like a sheet of paper, and Herta almost uses too much force when lifting her. Suffering from the after effects of experiments, she's completely drained of energy. Herta carefully places her in a nearby armchair. You need to rest now. We need to experiment on her now. Horst advances step by step, his gaunt figure casting long shadows across the room. Huffs angrily. A black and white cat stands guard in front of Yui. Its entire body tense as it faces Horst. Yeah, get him, kitty. Always focusing on these irrelevant optimization details only wastes time. As long as we deliver experimental results that satisfy the executive officer, it doesn't matter if things go wrong. The awakening objectives are actually secondary concern. Thank God you die at the end of the chapter. You're an annoying piece of work, you know that? Pull yourself together quickly and move on to the next sampling. After settling Yui, Horst gestures for Herta to follow him out into the corridor. Alright, Herta. As her assistant, get as many results out of her as possible this week, and hand the Chosen One model over to the other department as soon as you can. But, following how weak Yui is, Herta reluctantly lowers her gaze. Her vital signs are extremely weak. The ECG shows many chaotic spikes, and her body temperature is abnormally low. I'm worried. That's your job, Miss Herta, to collect the eggs she produces. Continuous experimentation is necessary for her to keep refining the Chosen One model. But this is already beyond the level of a mental breakdown. She might be in a life-threatening situation. This brings me to your job, Miss Herta. Are you referring to the research I'm responsible for? I thought I was here to assist Miss Delavie with her research. The man tugs at his tie, his face partially hidden in shadow, revealing a glimpse of something monstrous. Yes, you're responsible for research on how to keep her alive. Question mark, exclamation mark? Of course, that's assuming you can attain the results she produces. In other words, in the future, you'll encounter many tasks that she'll need to complete even at the risk of her life. As long as she delivers acceptable models, it doesn't matter if she dies. Just make sure she stays alive until we get the results. Herta clenches her fist involuntarily, not even noticing as her nails dig into her palms. I need the Chosen One, as soon as possible. The sooner, the better. I really hate this guy. Herta watches Horst leave before returning to her laboratory in a daze. Feeling something furry rubbing against her foot, Herta looks down. It was the same cat that had hissed at the supervisor earlier. Aww, contented purring. V? Oh, 5, number 5. Come here. Affectionate mewing. In the presence of this tuxedo cat, Yui's cold expression softens slightly. Miss Delavie, I just contacted the medical department. They've sent over glucose and some sedatives. Sure. Herta rolls up her sleeve, revealing pale skin. She secures the tourniquet and applies alcohol. So cold. Yui's hands are as icy as the solution in the experimental chamber, making Herta inhale sharply. She remains perfectly still, allowing Herta to place a heating pad and insert the needle into the back of her hand. Neither cooperating nor resisting, she just lies limply in the recliner, like a puppet with severed strings. The experiment... Is there no way to pause this? Yui silently turns her face away. Handing over the current Chosen One, would perhaps condemn her to the fate of being discarded. The supervisor hadn't given her time for iterations. Abandoning the sampling would mean all of her hard work would go to waste. This was a train that, once set in motion, could never be stopped. Herta knew that they had never given her the option to pause from the very beginning. -2. Shatter. Or in this case, 18. The night in Gestrig brings a dry, cool breeze that brushes against the face as leafy shadows sway in the wind. A stern-faced woman walks along a small path between flower beds. Even without streetlights, the luminescent chrysanthemums provide enough light to illuminate her way. An offshoot cultivated from daisies, named from their ethereal luminescence during their blooming period. She continues walking forward when a snow-white lab coat comes into view. A young girl crouches in the center of the flower bed, gently turning the soil with her fingers. Dr. Saltome. Nani? Noticing the woman's approach, the girl in the lab coat rises and bows. Martha understands she is signaling for her to come no closer. But Martha walks forward anyway. Hello, Tengen. Advancing all the way to the flower bed Yui's tending. How have things been going lately? I selected quality parent plants from the previous hatch of luminescent chrysanthemums for cultivation. This batch has a noticeably brighter fluorescence, though some have withered, unfortunately. What the? Hang on, Dr. Saltome. I checked the condition of the flower bed. The humidity is too low and the daytime sunlight is too intense. Has there been no rain in City 141 lately? You know, that's not what I'm asking about. Horst has interfered with the Chosen One model. How did you find out? Like you, Herta was also a student of mine who I sent out into the world. I've heard that the Chosen One achieved remarkable ratings in tests 2 days ago, with metrics showing unprecedented results. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call it the Matrix's most successful model to date. There should be a celebration banquet going on right now. It's too stuffy in there. Sensing that Martha has no intention of leaving, Yui hesitates for a few seconds before crouching down again to carefully examine the soil at the base of the flower stems. But I've also heard something else as well. They've kept you confined in the laboratory, forcing you to undergo consciousness sampling more than 3 times a day, while regular test subjects only experience it once every 3 days. They've added a low-temperature neural stabilizing solution to the chamber, which reduces the burden on neurons. Her voice is thin and calm, as if she were describing some trivial matter that doesn't concern her at all. Reduce the burden? So you can still personally adjust the parameters and code after experiments, even when your body and brain are already overloaded? The supervisor demands that the Chosen One model be transferred to other departments for collaborative optimization quickly. You can't just let them take it away. Otherwise, it'll just be scrapped again. The young woman lowers her gaze, fidgeting with the withered root of a fluorescent chrysanthemum. She crouches silently among the flower beds, her pupils reflecting endless numbness and emptiness. But what about you? Have you thought about your condition? Martha's brow furrows deeply as she steps forward again, the edges of her cloak brushing against the fluorescent chrysanthemums bordering the flower bed. The high-frequency pulse pressure is already causing emotional dysfunction, isn't it? If this continues, the next stage will be neurodegeneration. Is that what you want? Yui remains silent. The moonlight falls upon her bloodless face, reminding Martha of loose, unbound pages fluttering on the desk. Pale, thin, easily slipping away at the slightest breeze. This was the impression her former student gave. Martha exhales deeply. When I found you in the ruins of Site 143, you barely reached my waist. Cracked bones, fractures, ruptured internal organs, festering wounds still bleeding, and somehow, miraculously, you were still clinging to life. Even after treatment, you'd struggle with all your might at the first sight or sign of strength. You'd scream in terror, sometimes triggered by the smallest things. You caused me a lot of trouble back then. But despite everything, you seemed more human to me back then than you do now. She takes a deep breath, trying to relax her tense facial muscles, making an effort to soften her tone for her next words. Please stop working on the Matrix project, Yui. Her throat rasps dryly as she speaks. The words, blunt and simple, come out not as a command, but as a plea. Not as a superior, not as a teacher, but simply because she can't bear watching the child she raised with her own hands continue such a cruel experiment, shaving away herself until nothing's left. I apologize, teacher. The same response as always. A response whose answer she knew before even asking the question. Martha slowly exhales the stale air she had been holding in her lungs. Didn't you want to stay at the academy and continue your research in botany before? In the flower bed at their feet, the centers of luminous chrysanthemums bloom with tiny points of light glimmering against the night sky. I apologize, teacher. What exactly happened? What did you see during the first consciousness sampling experiment? The young woman falls silent again, continuing to work the soil in the flower bed. Her time here is limited, and she wants these luminous chrysanthemums to survive in this world a little longer. City 141 is now entering its dry season. The days are growing longer, but rainfall remains scarce. Martha casually removes the cloak she wears at night, tosses it beside the flower bed, and slowly steps into the small area glowing with phosphorescence. You cultivated these flowers with your own hands before. You should know them better than anyone, Yui. Excessive light and insufficient humidity actually make the flower stamens glow brighter. But they do that at the cost of their own lives. That brilliant glow is nothing but the final embers of their existence. You understand what I'm trying to say? I don't care. Her voice blends with the floating dust and is carried away by the evening breeze. Martha doesn't quite catch what she says as she stands beside Yui, putting an arm around her to help her up from the ground. If you're willing, I can still find a way to have you transferred back to the academy where you can care for them in person and help extend their lives. The scope of company research isn't narrow. Although the academy's training system has always prioritized personnel needed for the Matrix plan, in a world like ours, talented botanists are still in demand. That won't be necessary, Martha. She bends down and gently cradles the withered flowers in her palms. Cradle! I only come back occasionally to water them and loosen the soil, that's all. Martha closes her eyes. She knows Yui's personality well. Once she resolves herself, she never looks back. But it's precisely because of this. What did you see during the first consciousness sampling experiment? That's not important. Yui stands up, clasping her hands together, palms caked with soil. She gazes at the flower bed for a long time, as if trying to etch this scenery firmly into her memory. The moment drags on until she lifts her gaze once more. I appreciate your kindness, teacher. But my current research is the only thing I want to do now. She turns to face Martha, her expression detached as usual. I should go now. Goodbye, teacher. Martha watches as the pale figure dissolves into the night, letting out a soft sigh. If you really don't care, then why did you return the Gestrig back to this garden? Why did I return to Gestrig? Why did I return to this garden? Yui heard Martha's question, but she doesn't know how to answer it. The terminal on the lab bench ticks rhythmically, like the breathing of a slumbering beast. Her ears have long grown accustomed to the dense cloud of white noise. Yui flips through reports on the desk, but Martha's voice keeps echoing in her mind. She clearly remembers her first visit to this Matrix facility. Back then, a younger Martha, already her teacher, slowly pushed a wheelchair as she guided Yui and other students to visit this area where they would serve in the future. It was a space utterly unlike the surface world, and comparably pure and pristine. Steel and cables formed blood vessels and veins connecting countless server racks and disk arrays. Okay, just making sure. Researchers fed information and data into the matrix, predetermined programs deriving predetermined results. Back then, she couldn't remember anything, yet she was inexplicably drawn to this place. Everything was so perfectly ordered. Mechanical commands, executing without deviating from their predetermined paths, never pausing due to unexpected circumstances. Loops never terminate from exhaustion, and branches never jump to unexpected places because of human emotions. This is where I belong. From that day forward, she set her research path on mechanical consciousness. Though later, under Martha's inspiration, she began studying botany, she never abandoned it. Light footsteps sound outside, followed by a polite knock on the research lab door. Once, twice. Herta? Her train of thought comes to an abrupt halt. Warm, artificial light spills through the slowly opening door as Herta walks into the now familiar laboratory. 4 puffballs. One scrambles across the lab bench, another chases after it, and the remaining 2 nestle in her arms. Oh, and there's another one nuzzling against her leg. Good afternoon, Miss DeLevy. How was your lunch today? I've finished. Her tone remains characteristically indifferent as she sits with her back perfectly straight. Were it not for the cats nestled in her arms, she would appear very formal. Yet, there's a small mountain of tomatoes she has picked out for her meal. Here we go again. Whenever she has a moment to relax, she tells these transparently obvious lies. Miss DeLevy, tomatoes are an important source of vitamins that promote cardiovascular health and aid in neuronal repair. Do you remember your ECG and ultrasound reports? These were specifically added to your nutritional meals to help you during intervals between experiments. Seeing Yui's completely impassive expression, Herta clears her throat. Tomatoes can be consumed in different ways. Perhaps you would prefer tomato soup? As if compromising to avoid the gooey tomato soup, Yui reluctantly eats a slice of tomato. Herta sighs with relief. Noticing that 5 is still rubbing against her feet, she gently picks 5 up. The test meeting earlier. Were there any results? As a test subject, Yui cannot participate in model testing meetings. Only Herta, who serves as the researcher's assistant, can attend them. The researcher in charge of testing told me that the chosen one is already the most advanced model, but it didn't pass the stress test. This wasn't included in the previous regulations. Yes, it's a new test set they've added, simulating traumatic scenarios like war, disease, and bereavement to observe how the model reacts under extreme conditions. Why wasn't I told about this sooner? The supervisor deliberately kept this from us. I only just found out myself. Anyway, could this be the result of overfitting? The model demonstrates perfect rationality in many areas, but it's unable to produce normal responses to trauma or other stress-inducing tests. Lacks a personality, like an empty shell without a soul. That was the test engineer's assessment. An empty shell. Yui lowers her head, her expression unreadable. After a moment, she pulls out a report from the desk. Miss Herta, you majored in neurology and neurosurgery at Gestrig, right? Yes, that's right. Is there anything I can help with? Herta seems puzzled, apparently not expecting the sudden question about her time at Gestrig. During the sampling process, is it possible to filter the subject's memories? Do you mean sampling only the personality without inputting memories as parameters? Alright. Technically, it's possible, but the Matrix doesn't seem to recommend this approach. Bypassing hippocampal and neural signals puts the model at risk of memory disorders. Without memories of developing the consciousness, the model's intelligence and social awareness would regress to infantile levels. Under those conditions, the time investment required to train the model to maturity would be immeasurable, and it might also damage the subject's neural system. The time investment isn't an issue. Let's proceed with this approach. After a moment of contemplation, Yui takes up her pen and drafts the new experimental plan. The model testing protocols established by Horst and the research team aren't absolute, and this realization has opened her eyes to new possibilities. The experimental plan progresses smoothly, and before long, the new model is ready for sampling. Yui wraps herself in a heavy isolation suit, squeezes into the experimental chamber, and signals to Herta that she's ready. Miss Delavie, before you begin sampling, may I ask you one more question? Her silence indicates permission to continue. Why would you want to filter your own memories? Why? I suppose because inside the experimental chamber, the harsh lights sear her retinas. Human memories don't conform to the laws of model growth. They might even restrict its development. If we eliminate all factors originating from memories, we might reduce the noise interference in the samples. I see. Herta's contemplative voice comes through faintly from outside the chamber. Is it really just because of that? The door to the experimental chamber closes slowly, leaving Yui alone with the sound of her own heartbeat. Well then, we're ready to begin. Is it just to reduce the noise interference in the sample, or does she want this child, when it's born, to be spared from all her pain? Is it just to continue advancing the experiment? Or does she want to see what kind of person a child who grows up in such a dream would become? She cannot answer her own questions. Preparations complete. During the filtering process, you'll need to quickly browse through your memories. You may re-experience certain past events in your mind. This process may cause severe nerve pain. Though I've reminded you countless times already, I still have to say it. Please begin. In the continuous drizzle, children frolic together in a playful huddle. Next is my turn. Standing at the edge of the pool, I muster my courage. Splash! A pain shoots from Yui's ankle to her brain. Before she can regain balance, her body plunges into the muddy water. It hurts so much. Delavie, are you okay? Yui's friend Sophie frantically pulls her out of the puddle. Puddle jumping, the quintessential game for children on rainy days. But with the bruises on her knees and injured ankle, her left foot jumps, skips a beat, and trips, sending her whole body splashing into the puddle. You were already hurt. I shouldn't have let you join. It's fine. I wanted to jump. After all, rainy days don't come around often. You might say that, but it's really cold today. As she speaks, she helps wipe the mud from my legs with her handkerchief. The moisture evaporates from my skin, making me shiver involuntarily. Yeah, but my home is kind of... Sophie! As Sophie speaks, she helps wipe the mud from Yui's legs with her handkerchief. The moisture evaporates from Yui's skin, making her shiver involuntarily. Wasn't that already? Well, that's kind of weird. That's a mistake. Dad, you came to pick me up. Sophie rushes over to the man, taking quick, eager steps. Her joyful energy almost dispels the gloom of the rainy day. Did you forget? Today is Father's Day. I kept a close eye on the calendar. Typos on PGR? Never. So I prepared for Dad. Duh! It's a scarf I knitted all by myself. The man obligingly, bends down as Sophie excitedly gets on her tiptoes, wrapping a clumsily knitted scarf around his neck. Haha, my baby is so thoughtful. Come on, Dad's taking you home now. He scoops up his daughter up in his arms, playfully rubbing her stubbled cheek against his stubbled cheek. I love you, my little Sophie. Je t'aime. Je t'aime. I think it's them. Je t'aime. Yeah, je t'aime. I'm Canadian. I should know French. The man breaks out into a hearty laugh as tiny Sophie, now perched on his shoulders, lets out delighted squeals of joy. Something stirs in Yui's heart. What's that? Jetstream Sam. It's magic. A spell that makes people happy. Sophie answers with a proud grin. Makes people happy. Yui's gaze falls on the scarf around the man's neck. So this is why Sophie has been working so hard in handicraft class all this time, to make a scarf for her father. Although the scarf is rather shabby, it's Sophie's most treasured possession, which means if Yui gave her most precious thing to her father, would he say the magic words? The ones that make people happy? Little Delavie, you should hurry on too. Today is Father's Day, and the Count must be looking forward to your wishes as well. If I say the magic words, will I receive my father's love just like Sophie does? Delavie Mansion. The intricate statues and ornate patterns adorning the corners of the crumbling building reveal its once magnificent splendor. Long ago, this estate was renowned for its wine production. Was that a Metal Gear reference, bro? Je stream sem. With amber wine flowing from its cellars throughout the Golden Age, making the Delavie family known worldwide for their exquisite vintages. Exquisite vintages. I was playing Baldur's Gate earlier before stream for a little while, and I finished this one quest with this NPC. And when I was saying goodbye, I'll see you soon. I hope to see you again sometime soon to this NPC as one of the choices. They respond to me, he's like, and you as well, you delectable vintage. So seeing the word vintages like that just made me remember. I hope to see you as well, you delectable vintage. Those were the family's most prosperous days. And after that, Yui navigates around a household robot that had been damaged beyond repair, then stops before a large door covered in white wine stains and dents. After the outbreak of the punishing virus, this winery's remote location spared it major corrupted invasions. Wine became even more of a luxury in the new world. A winery no longer needed by the world was naturally abandoned by it. Just like the awkward name Yui Delavie itself, it seems Yui was destined for a fractured fate from the moment of her birth. Mother. An Eastern woman who married old man Delavie and gave birth to her, only to leave when the winery fell into decline. She went to a place very, very far away, all the adults would say. A noise from inside the room pulls Yui from her thoughts. She stops in her tracks. Father, is he smashing wine glasses again? There it is again, a slightly duller sound. That's a wine bottle hitting the table. Wine bottles, picture frames, then a longer sound. He must be sweeping everything off the table. The old wounds in her legs begin to throb with phantom pain. Ready? Even though she's not the one being shattered. Her body freezes in place. She is so cold, trembling, her teeth chattering uncontrollably until her gums ache. The throbbing pain in her legs is an ill omen of what's about to happen. She can't take another step, can't force herself to go any further. Why? Shouldn't that person in the room be the closest one to her in this world? That's right. Today is Father's Day. This holiday somehow made even Sophie's dad, who's busy guarding the town, travel miles and miles just to be with her. It's a magical day, a day when miracles can happen. Surely a miracle will happen with her father too. If she just says the magic words, maybe he'll be like Sophie's dad and playfully rub his stubble against her face, or perhaps even pick her up with joy. She must give him a gift. She wants a miracle. She wants to receive her father's love just like Sophie does. Timidly, gingerly, she pushes open the door. Dad, I'm home. The spacious room is unnaturally quiet. She steps forward cautiously, small glittering twinkles catching her eye. Shards, a multitude of shards covering the floor, all kinds of shards. Wine bottles, mirrors, ceramic plates, glass photo frames. She lifts her gaze. The man she recognizes as her father sits slumped against the wall amid the shards, his eyes half open. You're back. Father slowly rises and walks toward her, his tall silhouette blocking the overhead light, engulfing her entire field of vision. Yes. Yes. She lowers her head, staring at the filthy carpet and wine-stained leather shoes. Her legs won't stop trembling. Why are you covered in dirt again? His tone grows increasingly displeased as his shadow looms closer. Well, she opens her mouth, but no sound comes out. No, this isn't right. It's Father's Day. She shouldn't be afraid of her father. There's something more important. I brought you a gift. She frantically rummages through her backpack, revealing a snow-white rabbit plushie nestled quietly inside. It's her most precious possession. Just looking at it can instantly calm even the worst mood. Does she really want to give this to her father? Well, it's so hard to let go. This is like a friend who has grown up with her, been with her longer than her father ever has. But today is Father's Day. She shouldn't be selfish like she's been before. If only this could really make her father happier. I fixed the plushie Mom left behind before she went away. I wanted to give it to you. With obvious reluctance, she holds out the plushie to him. This was left behind by that woman? Huh? He's angry, but why? There must be some misunderstanding. She needs to explain properly. Not that woman, it's Mom. It's from Mom. Clap. Her body spins before crashing to the floor. A burning pain spreads across her face. Rip and tear. The sound of fabric being shredded like worthless scrap paper. Rip and tear. It's snowing. A blizzard of white fluff erupting from the plushie's torn body. Rip. Tear. The plushie joins the shattered glass, scattered across the floor, reduced to worthless shreds. Her father's expression darkens to a level she has never seen before. His veined hands begin frantically grabbing anything within reach, smashing each object to the floor with terrible force. Everything shatters. Wine bottles, purple-red stains, corks, mirrors, ceramic plates, glass photo frames. Her body is no exception. Like all the other trash, she is wrenched into the air, then violently slammed down. Everything is breaking apart. Everything. And nothing can ever be pieced back together again. That makes me so upset, man. I hate that shit, man. That's a little kid too, man. That hurts my soul. That really does. That hurt my soul so much that I want to cry. I want to cry. I don't feel it coming up or anything, but like it's one of those moments. It's like if I wanted to cry, I would right now at this moment. Man, I hate that. I need a drink of water after that. See, if or when I get a kid, I'm definitely not gonna treat them like that. Heck no. Pinata edition. That was painful. Someone to rely on. A long blast from a ship's horn echoes through the air. Silhouettes fill my path, crowding and one after another. The clamor of voices echoes in my ears, wearing on my frayed nerves. It's so frightening. I want to run away, but where could I even go? Father had another manic episode, smashing almost all the furniture in our home before throwing me out onto the street. Please, let me through. Whose brat is this? Stop pushing me out of the way for tickets. You little bastard. If the corrupted come, you'll be the first one they snatch. Angry shouts rise up from the crowd behind me, and tears of fear threaten to spill from my eyes. I dash through the crowds clutching the note, the address kindly written for me by our former butler. I'm too afraid to meet the adults' eyes, but I force myself to study their faces. I quicken my pace. Faster, faster. I have to find her. Mother, is she here? Will she even recognize me? What expression will she have when she sees me? Will she gently scoop me into her arms and give me another cute plushie like before? Or will she be cold like a stranger, curse at me like those refugees just now, or even throw me aside violently like that man who I called father? I want to imagine her expression, but I don't know what expression to expect. My eyes sting with anxiety and fear. I squeeze past person after person. Each time I reach someone, I secretly compare their face to the photograph in my hand. Not this one either. Where is Mother? Thud. My body is suddenly knocked to the ground by someone in the crowd. The chaotic crowd surges forward, blocking all sunlight from view. One by one, pitch-black figures loom toward me. I scramble to my feet in panic, only for my small, frail body to be knocked down again by someone passing behind me. Mama. Mama. Where are you? Yui? A gentle call. A short, soft syllable. In this world, only one person would call me by that name. Yui? Another call, as a woman in a research coat bends down among the fleeing crowd. I strain my weary eyes, carefully comparing what I see to a well-preserved photograph. Mama! Why are you here? A thin shadow blocks the dim light, making it impossible to see the woman's expression. After a moment, a pair of slightly cold hands gently touches my forehead. Yui. Mama. Mama. Tears erupt as a hoarse, desperate wail rises from my throat. Why? Why did you leave me behind? Why did you abandon me in that house? Why is Dad always so cold? Why is he always drinking? Why did Dad hate the doll you left behind when I gave it to him? Why did he get so angry that he threw me out of the house? Why? You've grown so much. The gentle pat on my back and her tender touch helped the exhaustion of my long journey gradually fade from my limbs. It's okay now. Everything's okay. Yes, it's okay now. It's all okay now. As long as I stay in Mother's embrace, all the pain will fade away. The warm, steady heartbeat by your ear acts like a lullaby, guiding you toward dreamland. Just one. That's all. It won't take much time. Made an exception. Below. Passenger. Can't stop them. Can't you make another exception? Admission rules. 1. I think. That's perfectly clear. I'm awakened by muffled voices. Mother seems to be talking with someone. Mom? Upon waking, I immediately grab tightly onto the hem of her clothes again. Then it's settled. We have a deal. Mom gazes out the porthole. After a moment, she kneels down and gently pries my fingers from the hem of her clothes. Yui, take your things and wait for me below deck. What about you, Mom? Mom still has some luggage to pack. Once I finish packing up, I'll come find you right away. I don't want to leave her. It was so hard to find her, I don't want to leave her side. But she looks a bit unhappy. From my experience with Dad, adults become happy when I follow their instructions. Following Mom's instructions, I pick up some of the luggage and head back to the port. When Mom comes down, where will she take me? I haven't had cake in such a long time. I want to order a huge, huge cake with the sweetest cream. Of course, Mom gets the first bite. I need to reward her for finally finding me after all these years. From now on, as long as we're together. The ship's horn blares loudly. Damn it, this piece of junk is really leaving and I haven't gotten on board yet. People willing to spend their last penny on a ticket are already queued for the afterlife. You don't stand a chance. Damn it. I could be like that woman just now and bring a kid to play the sympathy card. I might be able to buy a ticket with just a little extra cash. The ship is leaving? What are you talking about? Huh? Is she the kid from just now? Why didn't that woman take you aboard? Because she told me to wait for her here. She's coming back down any minute now. Wait for her? Didn't you hear the ship's whistle? The ship is about to leave. You're lying. The ship emits a dull, heavy groan as the gangway slowly lifts away from the dock. Wait, Mom! Yui chases after the departing ship in desperation, leaving her suitcase tumbling on the ground behind her, forgotten in her panic. She was supposed to come to the port to pick me up. We must not have made it in time. Please wait for her. That ship is taking Mom away. Stop yelling, kid. Don't tell me you haven't figured it out yet. Having a child makes it easier to win sympathy from those self-righteous hypocrites on the ship. Huh. A woman just used you as a stepping stone to get herself on board. It's impossible. She's my mom. She's my mom. So she can't abandon me again. It's impossible. Your mom? So what? The refugee lets out a contemptuous sneer. In this world, the only thing that matters is your own survival. Who cares about moms, dads, and all that sentimental garbage? Everyone's struggling just to survive the punishing virus. At a time like this, who can afford to care for a child? It's not possible. It can't be true. Mom finally found me after so long. How could she leave me alone again? Huh. You think you're precious or something? She could just make another child. It's not true. It's not like that. I feel like my fragile heart is crushed in someone's grip. I gasp for air in desperate gulps as dizziness from prolonged hunger washes over me. I collapse suddenly and struggles back to my feet. Mom must not have had time to come down. Mom. Yui. The woman she called Mom stands on the ship's deck, gazing distantly toward the harbor. Humans can only move forward by discarding what is unnecessary. That's the smart choice. Someday you'll face the same situation I did, and then you'll surely understand me. Please don't blame me, Yui. The woman I called Mom sails away with the ship, growing smaller, becoming a mere dot, before vanishing into the heart of the deep blue sea. The retreating figure of the woman drains all the strength from my body, and I collapse to my knees like a puppet with its strings cut. Mom, why? Why? Dehydrated and starving, her vision repeatedly darkens, yet her consciousness remains unexpectedly clear. Why did you abandon me again? Why did you acknowledge me? Why show the same tenderness as when I was little, only to abandon me again in the end? Humans are creatures who can only move forward by discarding the unnecessary. Unnecessary things. So am I an unnecessary thing? It's like an empty wine bottle, dirty velvet curtains, a shattered mirror. Everything rushes out of view as the surging sea of people blurs into light and shadow before my eyes. What's happening? Kid, stop kneeling. Your mom's not coming back no matter how long you wait. Hurry up and run. The corrupted are coming. Corrupted? Came here without knowing anything? Why do you think everyone travels so far to line up for those ships? They're evacuation vessels. The corrupted are coming. The ships have already left. So why aren't you running? You want to die? He shoots her one last fierce glare before suddenly bolting away. Ah! Ah! First a scream, then 2 more, then 3, until they merge into a chorus of terror. I am too short to see anything. Only the cries reach my ears. The crowd suddenly reverses and surges back toward me. People push and shove, trampling anyone who falls. Some poor souls don't even have time to scream. Before the corrupted reach them, they're already trampled to death by their own people. I can't stay kneeling here or I'll be trampled to death. I have to run, but people are everywhere. Where can I go? Hey, Shorty, stop staring and get over here. The boy pushes open a manhole cover from below and heaves himself up. The opening is unusually narrow. Only a child could squeeze through. The boy's flashlight casts a feeble glow, illuminating thin, gaunt faces one by one. More children. Newbie, you really lucked out. Follow this tunnel all the way to the end and you'll bypass that wave of corrupted. And what about you guys? How come you're here? To make sure people who come down here don't get lost. This is the biggest underground maze in City 143. What if you accidentally wander into an area where the corrupted are? The dirt-covered little ones excitedly crowd around the newcomer. They're filthy, so filthy, covered in sewer sludge. But despite the dirt, they feel warm. Warmer than the man called father and the woman called mother. Did your mom and dad not want you anymore either? It's okay, we've all been left behind. Come stay with us. Yeah, we're all unwanted. Come stay with us. The boy holds up a dim flashlight, guiding the other children around puddles of water. But there are still lots of people in danger. We need to save many, many more people. People just like you. And then we'll all become a new family together. We're brothers and sisters. We can survive even without adults. Is that really possible? Of course. This is how all of us have survived until now. The girl removes her coarse cloth cloak and drapes it over my shoulders. The boy hands me his flashlight to light my way through the tunnels. We're here. This is it. Just climb up from here and you'll be able to bypass the corrupted. Newbie, you go up first. It's safer up there. We'll cover your back. Okay. The sound of water dripping hollow echoes in the tunnel as my worn leather shoes pad softly through the sewer. There's light ahead. That must be the exit, right? I grab the rust-covered ladder and kick upward with my feet. The hollow metal pipes creak ominously. It's fine. Almost there. Almost there. My upper body emerges from the opening. Something sharp pierces my calf. It hurts. The corrupted hanging on the ladder suddenly grabs me, its 5 fingers digging deep into my flesh. Ah! Help! I scream for help as I stumble back in the direction I came. I told you this path was no good. We needed some sucker to test it out first. Why? Oh, I'm pissed. Oh, I'm pissed. Ooh. Ooh, I'm pissed. Oh, I'm so upset. Oh, I'm mad. Oh, I'm angry. Ooh, I wanna, ooh. When people tell you not to frickin' harm a child, oh, I feel like this is an exception. Ooh, I'm so livid right now. Oh, I'm heated. Oh my god. Now we know, come on, let's find someone to test next route. The children's cold laughter drifts from nearby. Oh, I'm seeing red. Like, these kids better count their days. Why? Oh, I didn't read that part, sorry. The cool... Oh, no, I did read that. Why? Didn't we promise to become a new family? Why? It hurts so much, I want to scream. But who can I call for? Dad? Mom? Or those so-called brothers and sisters from just now? There's no one. But I have to survive, no matter what. Blood trickles from my lower lip, clenched from my teeth, as my right hand frantically searches for anything I can grab. They need to be sacrificed. Sacrifice! Kill the children. Do it. Execute Order 66. Do it. I'm gonna be Anakin when he sees those little freaking would-be Jedi kids from the movie. Master Anakin! What's happening? That's gonna be me with those kids right there. I swear to God, bro. I found a sharp stone. Summoning every ounce of strength left in my body, I desperately clutched the stone. And then... smash! Smashing downward in a frenzy. Get it, girl! Go on, girl! 1 strike, 2 strikes, 3 strikes, 4, 5 strikes, 5 strikes, 7, 6 strikes, 7 strikes more. My bruised leg tears open, flesh exposed. The cold mechanical hand shows signs of loosening its grip, but just as I sigh with relief, it savagely clamps down on my ankle again. It hurts. With my leg now a mangled, bloody mess, the mechanical hand fails to grab me again and slips away. In a pitiful state, I drag myself out of the sewer, using only my upper body. Everything is broken, everything is falling apart. Dad, Mom, friends, all those emotional relationships are nothing but lies. No one can be trusted, never again can anyone be trusted. Can never escape it. Digging my nails deep into my palm, sharp pain shoots through my nerves. I struggle to stay conscious, but darkness eventually claims me. From now on, the only person I can depend on is myself. Yui Delavie. Why does it get worse and worse for her, man? God damn it. It's always these stories with when the child when it's a kid having to go through the worst fucking things ever. It's always those that get me the hardest. Like they hit me the hardest. Every fucking time. It was the same thing in Near Reincarnation with one of the stories featuring that's on with one of the backstories for one of the characters in Near Reincarnation. It was so goddamn tragic too. That shit almost made me tear up when I was reading that character from Near Reincarnation, their story. The character's name was Fio. Is Fio, F-I-O, and like basically her backstory is unknowingly she doesn't know it, but she was born from royalty, but she had to be abandoned because it was some dumb rule with their royal family or whatever, where there can only be one heir to the throne. So when Fio was the second child that was born, they had to get rid of her. Or I think it was either the heir had to be a boy, or like whoever comes second has to be abandoned or something. I think it was the fact that the heir had to be a boy. So Fio had to be abandoned. I think that's. Oh wait, no. No, that's not what it was. Was it? I can't remember what Fio's story was. Fuck. But regardless, she was abandoned from royalty when she was a baby, so she wasn't aware that she was of royal lineage. So she was basically adopted by this couple. But in the kingdom she lived in, they had this hierarchy. They had this rule in terms with economy and stuff. Where those of the lower class were titled as I think it was goats or something, where they were absolutely like the poorest people, and they were treated harshly and stuff. And the couple that adopted Theo, they used to be in the higher class, but then they became poor and whatnot. I think it was I can't remember if it was either they became poor when they adopted Theo, or they were poor already when they got her. But because their poor life was such a struggle for them, her adopted parents became more harsh and upset with their way of life and whatnot. But despite all the hardship that they had to go through and stuff, as including Theo as she grew up, she never like stopped smiling. She was always just still trying to enjoy life and trying to make her adopted parents happy and shit. But then tragedy happens where the dad is when he was trying to get a job, the dad ended up, because of his status of being a goat or whatever, being the poorest, one of the part of the poor class, the lower class, he was beaten to death by the the soldiers and stuff, because they were like, ew, it's a disgusting poor dude. Let's not give him a job. Let's laugh at him and beat him up. So he ended up being beaten to death. And that's when Theo discovered that. Right? And then when Theo tried to go home, she realized her mom wasn't home either. And that's when she found out that her mom actually ran away from home with another man. So Theo was left abandoned. And because she was part of the poor class, no one would bat an eye to Theo, kind of like how no one would batted an eye to Yui there. And the super sad, tragic ending to Theo's story, which is what almost made me cry when I first read it, was she went to the outskirts of the town they were living in, to this abandoned ruins area, and she had this storybook with her, I think. It was like a fairy tale story where the princess had like a nice happy ending, living with her prince, or being with her prince. But because Theo being shunned by the people for being poor, she wasn't given any shelter or food or anything. So Theo ended up dying alone, starved, in the middle of the abandoned ruins. So it's stories like that that really break my heart. I hate it. So reading through Yui's story right there was a complete reminder to Theo from near reincarnation. Let me take a drink here. Give me a moment. By the way, what's up? Does the name Jetavie have some meaning to it? Does it have meaning? Or let me look it up. Oh, I just looked it up. Oh. That's so precious, but so sad. They apparently explain it in the game, but I looked it up just now, but oh. I think they'll explain it in the game here. Yeah. Oh. Damn it. Yep. Begin Anew is officially up there in one of my favorites now. I'm a sucker for the parenthood stuff, themes in these stories. That's why Long Goodbye was really good for me. And of course the stuff with Luna and Lucia. Well, no, Luna and Lucia wasn't really anything about like family stuff or parenthood stuff, or like just more like sibling bond. But and all the chapter names too, yeah. Begin Anew. Damn. If I were to have a daughter, I'm naming her first and foremost Rose, because I can't leave that in the dust. But if I were to have another 2 daughters, Yui and Jetavie, I would love to name them that. Damn it! At some point in the future, it's gonna be I'm gonna have 10 daughters, each of them named after characters from video games. Ah. Let's just call it 6. 6. I'm guessing when, I guess at a young age, Yui was found and taken in by Martha. How do I explain to my wife I want to name our child Tubi? It's like that meme where it's like the son talking to the dad, be like, Mom told me that whatever you love, you end up naming your child after it. So that's why my sister's name is like Rose or whatever, because Mom loves roses. What about, is that true, Dad? He's like, yes, of course, Ford 150. It's so fucking funny. You're welcome, in my memory, PGR official OST.mp3. The air is rapidly sucked away, sending waves of suffocating pain through Yui's mind. Miss Delavie? Miss Delavie? Yui's consciousness rapidly resurfaces. She gasps, each breath painful to her eardrums, nearly breaking, and her chest heaves violently as she struggles to breathe, as if sucking all the air around her into a vacuum of agony. Miss Delavie, are you alright? Sensation returns as the ice-cold neuro-stabilizing solution sends sharp pain spreading from her body to her brain. The cabin walls press in close, imprisoning Yui, as if she is a soulless shell in a coffin. As the transparent glass cover slowly opens, an anxious woman's face, strange yet somehow familiar, appears on the other side. Thank goodness you're alright. It's Herta. She salvages thin shards from the murky depths of her memory, vaguely recalling who this person is. The sampling was set for 7 hours and 25 minutes. That's far too risky. If you continue like this, your neural system will suffer irreversible damage. Herta studies the instruments, monitoring Yui's vital signs with disapproval. I'm fine. Where's the capsule? Suppressing a stiff cough in her throat, Yui turns her head to search for the mechanical consciousness model capsule. Next to the instruments on one side, an oval cylinder about the size of a forearm lies quietly. The prototype models generated after each sampling session are stored in this capsule. It's over there. Huh? Affectionate purring. The cats gather around the capsule, examining it curiously, as if they've noticed something. Berta, puzzled, tries to pick up the capsule, but after taking just 2 steps, she hears a muffled thud behind her. Miss Delavie! Sometime later, in the laboratory. Yui gradually regains consciousness while leaning against the experiment chamber. Artificial warm light bathes the entire room. I have completed the examination. The prolonged sampling time caused temporary paralysis in your nervous system, but we can't extend the sampling period like this again. You'll need to rest for a while at the very least. Yes. Yes. She flips through the machine-transmitted reports with a non-committal expression, gesturing for Herta to bring her the capsule. Are there any abnormalities in the model data? Oh, you know what? Have you ever heard of the... Is it an actual thing? Hang on, before I actually bring it up. Let me quickly look it up. There's a... I believe there's this sort of like... syndrome or whatever. Let me see if I can actually look it up. Yes. Okay. Have you ever heard of the Marie Antoinette syndrome? Or Canetes subita Thomas More syndrome? Where it is an alleged... I'll just read it from here. An alleged condition of hair turning white due to stress or trauma. It makes me wonder if Yui's original hair color was actually black. Because all the trauma and stress she had from her childhood probably might have turned her hair white. Maybe. Yeah, I remember. Never referenced by name. But yeah. That makes me wonder if that's why her hair is white. Or if it was, like, if her hair was originally black, but then turned white, but you still see some black highlights or some black hair. Or if this is just purely just design, but I wonder about that. Fascinating. Even if it's not intentional, it's a cool little detail. It's just something like that something that came up in my head. I shouldn't say I came up with. I don't want to sound like I'm the originator, but just something that came up in my head. After having read through her backstory just then. Yeah, even if it's not intentional, it's still kind of a little, it's a little detail. But you're John PGR. Are there any abnormalities in the model data? No, everything is within the parameters you predicted. This capsule, just like the previous ones, rests quietly in our arms. Model status normal, data normal, connecting the output data or port to the laboratory's matrix interface. Huh? Is there a problem with the lighting system? She slowly strokes the capsule's outer shell again. That shouldn't be happening. The laboratory lights are controlled by the matrix, aren't they? Could there be a problem with the matrix itself? It's not the lighting system. Yui's brow furrows slightly. The lights continue to flicker, like a newborn baby blinking and smiling. Could it be that the lighting system is responding to the model's status? But you haven't issued any commands yet, nor have you set up any stimulation measures. Why would it want to control the light source? Numbing sensation spreads from the crook of her arm as her limbs begin to weaken. Yui has no choice but to set the capsule down for a moment. The lights return to normal. Yui shakes her weakened hands and picks up the capsule once more. It's starting to flicker again. She silently records the frequency and amplitude of the light's variations. Sine waves, cosine waves, square waves, triangle waves. As someone who has experience with music production, I know what those are. I know what those are. Basically, those are like different, yeah. Those are like different sound waves as well. I believe sine waves are kind of like a I think it's like a regular like curved wave or something, if I remember correctly. Like if I had to explain the sound of a sine wave, or it'd be like a long, just like a beep. Think of like a flatline sound from like a heart monitor. Not this one, not that one either. The pattern of light variation doesn't match any periodic function she's familiar with, almost as if it's just playing with the lights. And Jetavie is born. Yui. Question mark, exclamation mark? Someone is calling her Yui, a name only the person she called mother ever used. When is the nerding about stuff stream? I haven't done music in so long, so there's a lot of stuff I probably forgot about. Though, one thing I do remember learning when it came to like the different when it came like sine wave and stuff, you can use sine waves to create your own like sound. You can entirely make a song using just sine waves. That's what I've learned once. I've actually done it before. I don't have the file for it. It's long gone, but like I made like a 1 minute little melody using just sine waves. And that includes the kick and snare, the drum and snare. It was fascinating. Miss Delavie, is everything all right? I called you twice with no response. You're scaring me. Someone is calling my name. I don't think I'd be able to replicate that, though, like making something out of sine waves. Because I don't think I remember how to do it. It was so long ago. You must be exhausted. Let me take you somewhere to rest. Berta turns around, about to take the capsule. Yui, sir. That's right, because earlier in one of the previous notes, it was also can't remember the exact words, but it was also taking Yui's memories too, for the sampling, I think. A call composed of infantile babbling, impossibly childlike, yet Yui understands exactly what it means. Yui slowly lowers herself to the ground. Without the strength to lift it, this is the only way she can get closer to it. But that's how the voice knows Yui, the name. Berta, has the testing platform not disconnected the remote connection between me and the model yet? Yes, it was still buffering earlier. Shutting it down abruptly might increase the load on your neurons, but it should be safe now. I'll go turn it off. No need. Not right now. It's calling to me. This model is. It's calling you. If you ever decide to tackle the topic again, I'm all in for it. I don't know. I don't really have it in me to do anything music related. And I haven't for a long while. Berta turns these words over in her mind repeatedly. But the Chosen One models have never exhibited this kind of behavior before. The Chosen Ones have never developed autonomous consciousness before. The Chosen One models are extremely complex, and each one presents different practical issues. For practical application, we can only use the dropout method to clear the data, simplify the neural network structure, and try to improve the model's generalization capabilities. But this also results in neural units in the model's hidden layers being removed, turning the model into a stable hollow shell without any autonomous consciousness. The lights continue to flicker slowly. Could it be a new variable that emerged after filtering the memory data? Berta helps Yui to her feet, takes the capsule from her arms, and sets it aside. The lights immediately return to normal. Anyway, let's give it a name first, Miss Stovey. Name. Her exhausted brain almost completely shuts down. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. She was counting all the cats. What is she counting? Herta's gaze falls on several fuzzy balls, and suddenly she remembers, or understands. Let's just call it 6. The lights suddenly dim, as if expressing their displeasure. That's way too casual. Too casual? Then let's call it V. And then jetavieeeeeeeeeee. That's literally the same thing with just a different pronunciation. Herta sighs wearily. The lights brighten slightly, suggesting a grudging acceptance at best. Let's proceed with the model verification procedure, Herta. So I guess when Genevieve found that white cube and she twisted it with a message saying happy birthday, they were saying V happy birthday, not 6 happy birthday. You need to rest first. Before she could finish, a faint electronic beep of an access authorization sounds from outside the door. If I see your dumbass face again, Horst. Well, it looks like my timing was impeccable, doesn't it? A gaunt man appears in the doorway, cold air swirling in with him. The new model is running smoothly, correct? He motions with his chin for the 2 researchers behind him to enter as well. This is just the initial sample. It still needs to go through further verification. There's no need. The 2 researchers push Herta aside. Bam! Who stands in front of Yui and reach for the capsule placed to the side. No! Can't phase through the monitor. If only. If only this was like the Digimon movie. Agumon! No, wait, not Agumon. What was it? Lord Greymon! Digimon's awesome, by the way. Nostalgia. Yeah, that one scene from the Digimon movie where Taichi was like reaching out to his monitor. Lord Greymon! He somehow phases through it into the digital world. The earliest I can remember is the English dubbed one. The kid, like 4Kids TV or whatever the fuck. They dubbed it and shit. Despite fatigue, Yui's body bursts with unexpected strength as she quickly grabs a capsule, clutching it tightly to her chest. That's what you call maternal instinct. One second he's there, the next gone. There has never been a precedent for handing over a model to another department immediately after sampling. Here you go, girl. That's Mother Yui. That's Mama Yui. Well, now I have to install Digimon World again. Watch all the movies. Digimon Adventure Tribe was so good. I loved that shit. Adventure Tribe almost made me cry. It's not up to you to decide the rules around here. Horst signals to the researchers to seize the capsule Yui was protecting. Once they examine the data on the terminal, he wears a satisfied expression. In case you've forgotten, today is the day the executive officer is visiting. Didn't I tell you about this? Didn't I already tell you about this? Amid their complex research work, they have long since forgotten Horst's occasional haughty commands. All research results must be verified in advance to prepare for the executive officer's visit. This is essential if you want him to continue investing in this matrix. If even one thing impresses him, we'll consider it a victory. Though I was just trying my luck, it seems I've hit the jackpot today. You've brought us a golden egg, haven't you? He studies the seized capsule with a satisfied smirk. The moment it leaves Yui's body, the room's brightness subtly shifts, a change that doesn't escape his keen eyes. Yui, don't leave. Yui's body suddenly trembles. No, it's still just a prototype model. She struggles to her feet and tries to retrieve the capsule, only to be violently shoved aside by the researcher. Boy, if you don't. Man, don't worry, this is enough. I forgive your slow progress. The door slams shut as Horst struts away with the capsule, radiating smug satisfaction. God bless this guy being killed at the end of the chapter. He deserves it. Under the warm-hued lights, Yui writes equations rapidly, ceaselessly. Numerical matrices, partial differential equations, convolution. As a neurosurgeon, Herta can only understand a portion of what Yui is writing. The rest ventures into territories completely unfamiliar to her. Miss Delavie. She doesn't understand exactly what Yui is calculating, but she can tell that many of these complex equations can be solved by a computer terminal without any manual calculation. On the other hand, perhaps that is her intention. Maybe she's not writing these equations purely to solve problems. The erasable ink pen scratches across the laboratory, from the floor up to the walls to the workbench. Herta suddenly remembers that when she first met Delavie, the laboratory was already covered in equations. What should we do next? Nothing we can do. The two bodyguards with Horst are 1.5 times my height and are trained in martial arts. Whether we attempt a sneak attack or a direct confrontation, the combined probability of success wouldn't exceed 10 to the negative 30th power. So there's still a chance of success. That's the combined matrix failure probability. Even with those odds, we'd have to assume they'd prioritize Horst's safety over protecting the capsule if there's any chance of retrieving it. You've thought it through so clearly. So you were also thinking of precisely because I don't want to waste time on this. Miss Herta, no rational person would attempt anything with a probability on the order of 10 to the negative dozens. Aren't you a researcher? You know V better than anyone in the Matrix. Couldn't you use that to your advantage when negotiating with them? Today is the day the executive officer is visiting, so Horst wouldn't do anything to disappoint him. Horst was willing to take the V capsule right in front of me. He'd be even less likely to return it in the executive officer's presence. He's been obsessively waiting for this day, just so he can pass the inspection and gain access to the computing power of another matrix. When it comes down to it, it's nothing more than a model anyway. She seems to have calmed down, stopping writing equations and moving to the lab bench to brew some coffee. If it's just a model, why did you react the way you did, girl? Come on, man. It's just a creation after all. If it's lost, we can simply make another one. Mechanoids and AI exist to serve humans in the first place. Now they have fulfilled their intended purpose. A single matrix has insufficient computing power. That's why I constantly need to sample and optimize, because the hardware can never keep up. But with access to ample computing resources, future research will proceed much more smoothly. If that model can satisfy the higher-ups and lead to an expansion of the matrix's computing power, I have no reason to stop him. That's right. It's just a model, nothing special. Just an ordinary experimental product. It hasn't even gone through multiple sampling iterations like the chosen ones. It's merely a random product of a single sampling, not worth the blood, sweat, and tears someone put into it. Using it to secure future promotion opportunities. Isn't that a pretty good deal? On the other hand, why should I sacrifice my career prospects for the sake of a mere creation? But something still feels off about this whole situation. You already understand all that perfectly well. You're voicing them out loud not to convince me, but yourself. Am I right, Miss Delavie? That's exactly right. To her surprise, Yui answers with complete frankness, casually taking a small sip of coffee. Its label, it's espresso, so bitter that a single taste would make most people shudder, yet Yui drinks it without the slightest change in her expression. Can I take a sip? I like coffee. Humans are emotional creatures, but emotional thinking rarely helps us achieve our goals. Instead, it often leads us one step closer to the abyss. Ooh, it's a good one. That's a good one. That's good. That's good. As if to remind herself to stay clear-headed, she takes another sip of coffee. I cannot make the same mistake again. From the day I entered the Matrix, my fate has been bound to it. It's both my lighthouse and my prison. I'm imprisoned here, yet this place is also my reason for existing. She picks up an eraser and methodically wipes away the equations from the floor, one by one. The room's lights start flickering rapidly again, as if someone were continuously flipping the switch. The sound of the wind suddenly intensifies, wailing and keening like a baby's shrill cry. Haven't they disconnected the output devices from the capsule? It's V. It's calling for help. But she doesn't stop erasing the equations. Instead, her movements grow increasingly frantic. They're running stress stimulation tests now. Is that really okay? They're simulating traumatic scenarios like warfare, disease, and bereavement. Those are extremely painful experiences. Calm down. Even if we went there, we couldn't change anything. Just like back then, giving away my favorite doll and recklessly searching for Mother. What did I change in the end? Did everything just fall apart? Didn't everything just fall apart? My initial assessment wasn't wrong. Everything would have been in vain, maybe even counterproductive. Staying here is the right choice. But Yui, don't go. The pen tip glides across paper as calculations fill her mind. I should still stay here after all. Huh? Everything in the laboratory begins to shake. Strange. Why would the output device allow power levels to reach this magnitude? I'm afraid it was authorized by the executive officer. Ding! Crash! Something is breaking. Something is breaking. It's the sound of a coffee cup shattering. No, my coffee! A dull thud, like a wine bottle, followed by liquid spilling. It's Miss Herta's potion vial. Now it's the coolant container. The pen holder, the glass covers of the artificial lights. It's all breaking, just like that time. She can't sit still any longer. That child is smashing everything. She rushes out the door. Go get her, Mom. That's your child. Go get her. You can stop this cycle. Physical core of the Matrix. Though it references the Gestalt's core architecture, everyone understands that what stands before them is merely a subterminal of the Gestalt, incapable of functioning with the same capacity as the original. The researchers standing here today are the very pioneers working to interconnect the matrices, forming a larger computing power network capable of surpassing the Gestalt. Or perhaps they are merely tools. Sir Executive, these are all the Matrix models we currently have. He nods in a comically exaggerated manner, bowing forward at a precise 45-degree angle, not daring to raise his head. What a nerd. If anyone were standing beneath him, they would certainly witness his remarkably complex expression, a mixture of smugness, reverence, and malice all at once. Disgusting. Ah ha 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 ha. Before he can finish speaking, the seemingly elderly executive officer in front of him suddenly erupts into uproarious laughter. Despite the bellowing fans rattling everyone's ears, the executive's piercing cackle cuts through, making everyone within earshot visibly uncomfortable. Mr. Gwynplaine, may I ask? Ha ha ha. Horst stands awkwardly in place. Aha. All right. Horst, I sincerely hope my laughter hasn't made any of you uncomfortable. No, how could we possibly? Hee hee hee. After all, this quirk has fallen me into old age. I tend to break into laughter for no apparent reason. What are you, the Joker? Horst maintains a respectful, head-lowered posture. Only after confirming from the corner of his eye that the executive officer has stopped laughing does he cautiously speak again. The company entrusted you with the mission to inspect Sector 141, making you someone we owe big thanks to. We'd appreciate it if you could take a close look at our experimental progress this time. Afterward, we'd like to request your help in applying for more computing power. With additional computing power, those of us conducting research would have a bit more stability. Leibowitz still has quite a few idle matrices. Connecting you to other sub-terminals would be no more than a trivial effort. Why so genius? Then if you would consider... But even a single matrix already possesses computing power beyond your reach. After using so many resources without producing anything worthwhile in return, that simply won't do. He's got quite the outfit on, I'll tell you that much. Yes, you're absolutely right. I am already an old man, while Leibowitz Company is still in its prime. This old man might turn a blind eye, but the other executives, unlike me, won't tolerate such mediocrity. Yes, I understand. Well then, do any of these subjects catch your eye as promising? The Chosen One and V, those are their names, correct? The old man's eyes narrow. The old man's eyes narrow to slits beneath his lowered brows as he scrutinizes the rows of capsules arranged together. You two place the Chosen One and V capsules into the central core and prepare for stimulation testing. But V has just hatched. The stimulation testing might have negative effects on this model. Stop wasting time, just do as you're told. Restraining a colleague who wanted to say more, the researcher standing to the side retrieves the Chosen One and V capsules before Horst loses his temper. The massive central core emits a cold mechanical rumble as it swallows both capsules into its belly. Initiating process. Wait, what's wrong with the lighting system? Go check if there's an issue with the central controls. The lights go out for just a moment, then rapidly come back on, followed by high-frequency flickering. Alarms blare as piercing sirens wail throughout the entire laboratory. Director, is the Matrix going haywire? Haywire my butt! It's because that capsule is still connected to the output device. Disconnect it now. Sudden disconnection will cause model overload. V's trauma response is too intense. The simulated pain signals exceed the critical threshold. Because V is literally just a bubby right now. Bro? Alright everyone, calm down. Amidst the chaos, Gwynplaine catches the researcher's panicked hand. Under everyone's bewildered stares, he begins to waltz, dancing to the piercing sound of the alarms. You have some problems. You're weird. Leaping and spinning the aged spherical figure performs his grotesque choreography under the pulsing lights, creating a disturbing tableau against the massive matrix core behind him. Ha 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 ha. Even Horst can hear the unbridled joy in that laughter, pleasure derived from the model's pain. You're weird. The alarms grow more piercing, and with them rises Horst's excitement, nearly making him jump for joy. You're weird too! It seems the fat, aging executive is pleased with everything. As long as the inspection passes, acquiring computing power from the other matrices will be a done deal. Director, we need to pause the test. The model hasn't been debugged before undergoing stimulation testing. There's a significant risk of data contamination. Horst ignores the researcher's warning, instead focusing his gaze on the bizarre executive, who continues to prance about to the sound of the alarm, laughing maniacally with each step. Our priority now is keeping the executive satisfied. As for these models, we have plenty more where that came from. If one breaks down, we'll just use another. This is our only chance to secure that computing power. But that V model, we can only describe it as a miracle. It's an irreplaceable experimental specimen, not something we can just discard and replace. Mind your own business. Keep your eyes on the data and do your job. Roger. Another researcher monitoring the data suddenly cries out in panic. 23.33%, 19.45, 13.22. It's not going to make it. The sensitivity is dropping rapidly. Sensitivity measures the model's response intensity to trauma. The more stable the model, the stronger its reaction to stimuli. Conversely, it becomes weaker when unstable. In other words, these readings reflect the model's vitality. That old man still hasn't stopped. If this continues, he wasn't concerned about the model being discarded. He only cared whether the executive could finish his damn waltz before it failed. Otherwise, their chances of passing the inspection would be slim. The alarm grows increasingly faint. The model is on the verge of collapse. Have the matrix reduce the pulse amplitude. Oh! At that questioning glance from the executive, Horst blocks the researcher from touching the controls. What do we do now? 10%. 10%. The readings have stabilized. It's a moment of dramatic stabilization, as evidenced by the graph line that had been plummeting before suddenly leveling off. The pulse appears to have been intercepted by something. What's happening? The Chosen One signal waveform detected. Chosen One? That model has never responded to any stimulation tests. The Chosen One intercepted the pulse meant for V. As a consequence, the Chosen One sensitivity is starting to drop. 95.31, 87.28, 80.5. You're just full of surprises today, aren't you, Horst? The elderly man finally stops his comical gestures, turning toward them with newfound interest. As you wish, sir. Now, about that inspection matter? There's just one more item left, right? The stress test? Yes, the final test is to make the model experience death. The researchers all gulp, one after another. Gulp. It's not the word itself that frightens them, but the fact that both models are already operating beyond capacity. If the pulse is increased by another level, this would no longer be just a test. The models would face death in the truest sense. Do as he says. This guy. He grits his teeth. Between a potential miracle and the limits of their computing power, he chooses the latter. Following Horst's signal, the researcher steadies their trembling finger and reaches out to press the button that will initiate the final test. Please wait, sir. The door slams open with a bang, causing the researchers to freeze in mid-motion. Delavie, you shouldn't be here. Take Miss Delavie back to rest. She's too tired today. As if already prepared for her arrival, Horst calmly signals the two guards beside him to step forward. Delavie? Is that Yui Delavie? No need to get so worked up. Horst, if I remember correctly, Miss Delavie is the developer of the Chosen One and V, isn't she? Why not let the developer share some of her own insights? But, sir, that woman has always been biased against model testing. If we allow her to interfere with the experiment, wouldn't your anticipated danse macabre be ruined then? Gwynplaine waves his finger. No, signaling Horst to be quiet, then turns toward Yui. Ignoring Horst's remarks, Yui, breathing heavily, bows quickly to the researchers and Gwynplaine. Thank you for your open-mindedness, sir. I'll get straight to the point. She begins speaking slowly, her tone calm and composed, but her peripheral vision remains fixed on the sensitivity curves displayed on the large screen. V 9.23%, the Chosen One 43.59%, both still rapidly decreasing. While I can't yet understand why the Chosen One, who has consistently shown no response to testing, suddenly began reacting today, or why V's data has stabilized around 10%. But her intuition tells her that if these two capsules aren't extracted from the central system soon, they will face true death. Sir, V was just generated an hour ago from samples of my consciousness, with none of its parameters having undergone calibration. It's still a prototype. Although the Chosen One has undergone some preparation, it still hasn't had enough time for further iterations. Forcing a test under these conditions carries an 84.23% chance of data contamination. If contamination occurs, all data from both models will become unusable. Delavie! Horst barks a command from afar. Man, shut your mouth! These two models may have been developed by you, but they are in fact company property. Don't let your personal research ambitions interfere with the normal progress of this experiment. Chosen One, 23.52%, V, 8.45%. An irrepressible anxiety wells up. Despite her anxiety, her mind as a researcher remains remarkably clear. Mr. Horst is correct. These two models do indeed belong to the company and are quite valuable. For that very reason, giving them room to develop would be far more valuable to the company than hastily discarding them in a rushed experiment. In the previous test, you should have already witnessed how they displayed normal fear responses to painful stimuli, sir. I believe that confirming this fact has already served the purpose of the experiment. However, prolonged exposure to such extreme conditions would damage the models, especially these two newly created ones. Speaking solely as a researcher, I respectfully request that you pause this experiment, sir. Given sufficient time, I can deliver more complete results. Gwynplaine strokes his beard. His face is concealed beneath the tall brim of his hat, his expression hidden in the shadow. Madam, are you aware that your presence has interrupted our enjoyment? The deep, sinister voice makes Horst's hair suddenly stand on end. Sir, you need not heed her opinion. We can continue the experiment right now. Gwynplaine waves his hand, signaling for him to shut the hell up. Death is a proposition every individual must face. If they cannot respond appropriately to such extreme situations, how could humans possibly trust such models? Present 1, 12.22%. V, 5.67%. Yui. It's calling her. Its voice is unbearably weak. Her heart clenches involuntarily. This is a voice only she can hear. The capsule still hasn't severed its remote consciousness connection to her. Her mind races. Yes, that's absolutely right. Judging by the reactions from the external output devices, the flickering lights, the triggered alarms, these two models only responded with fear to the pain stimuli, correct? Ship whistles, water droplets in sewers. But humans survive in dangerous situations not only because of fear, but also because of the courage that springs forth from it. The cold touch of a corrupted hand, the pain shooting through her calf. Oh? A hint of interest mingles with his gloomy voice. Yes, courage. These two models have just been created and are still in their infancy. While when facing danger, they can only instinctively respond with fear. If we hastily subject them to death, I'm afraid their responses would be quite boring, predictable, and within everyone's expectations. If you could give them the chance to grow, Honorable Executive, when they eventually awaken fully, they might show you something unexpected. Courage. The cowardly dog. Mulling over a word he hasn't heard in many years, Gwynplaine slightly narrows his eyes. Good, good, ah-ha-ha-ha. I never expected to hear such an interesting proposal from among these rigid tools. Miss Delavie, you have sufficient talent to be transferred to company headquarters. I can be your sponsor. However, the data obtained for the first model's death experience also has considerable experimental value for us. He tips his top hat slightly, milady, a blood-red smile splitting his white beard. Damn. Of course you can choose to extract them now, but the data collection would terminate at that point. If you really do that, I would have to reconsider my earlier proposal. In other words, whether I recommend transferring you to headquarters or approve expanding the computing power of Matrix number 141, both will have to be discussed at a later date. After all, I need a complete set of data to verify what you just mentioned about the feasibility of awakening the Jonkler. Damn it, this old bastard. Thank you for your understanding and goodwill, sir. V, 1.51%, chosen ones, 7.89%. Wait, Yui, aren't you concerned about the computing power for Matrix number 141 anymore? Didn't you always want to visit headquarters? Ignoring Horst's outcry, she walks briskly and directly toward the Matrix core. Get ignored. Terminate. Extract. Damn it! She carries out both capsules, ignoring Horst's frantic shouts as she quickly walks away. Ringing in her ears, a deafening sound that fills her mind, drowning out all other noise. The last of her resolve carries her back to the laboratory where she falls to her knees, her body once again drained of strength. Don't worry, I'll protect you both. Mama Yui, bizarre dreamscape, about an hour earlier. Where are we? Your intuition alone is enough to determine that this is not a friendly place. If one were to compare it to a dream, it would definitely fall into the nightmare category. Yet, why you're in this dream, what you're supposed to do, even who you are, there are no answers to any of these questions. Terrifying monsters, but they aren't coming this way. They're in a corner on the other side, surrounding a shivering light. Agonized whimpering. 1 slash, 2 slashes, 3 slashes. Weapons raised high and brought down with savage force. This brutal cycle repeats itself over and over. The already weak light grows increasingly dim, like a frightened small animal desperately trying to flee, but those blades of slaughter come down on it again and again. Finally, it can run no more. The butchers corner it in another nook, raise their bloody blades high and come crashing down. Red, foam-like sparks of light splash outward. It trembles, shaking uncontrollably. Won't anyone help it? It's just a child. Oh, child. A strange thought suddenly grips your heart. In this place, only it and you exist. Oh, lunging. In the instant, the next blade swings toward it. Compassion in your heart compels you to step forward. Yet as you reach out, you discover your arms are as soft and delicate as an infant's. Are you truly such a fragile being in this dream? The monsters notice your presence and their weapons swing toward you, one after another. With your small, powerless body, you can neither escape nor parry. You can only watch helplessly as the sharp blades slice into your flesh. They slice into your chest, into your neck, mingling flesh and blood beyond recognition, chopping and chomping in endless repetition. Your heart and bones are split apart, tendons and flesh stripped away piece by piece, dragging you through excruciating agony. Yet you cannot die immediately. Your body regenerates only to receive the baptism of blades once more. Should you dodge? If you just step aside, it would be exposed to them again, and you would be saved from this pain. Stay put. Despite being covered in wounds, you persist in standing guard before it. As if sensing your helplessness, it embraces you tightly from behind. Life ebbs from the two of you as wounds appear. Your regeneration can't keep pace with the monster's strengths, and both of you gradually turn transparent. Consciousness grows hazy, numbing even the sensation of pain. Through your blurred vision, you see it turn the tables, sheltering you behind itself. Yet countless blades converge into a massive guillotine, wider than the dream itself, inescapable and hanging high above both of your heads. It falls, only to shatter suddenly in an instant before striking your bodies. A pair of hands appears, gently cradling both you and it in its palms. Don't worry, I'll protect you both. Mother! Mama Yui. Warm artificial light cascades silently over densely packed formulas. In the vast laboratory, only the crisp, rapid tapping of keyboard keys breaks the silence. All 324 adversarial samples have been located. Even after removing them from the extreme testing environment, the data might still retain irreversible contamination that propagates and amplifies through each layer of the neural network. I've thoroughly checked every layer from input through hidden to output, 5 full times. All detectable noise has been eliminated. Another hour has passed, and still no response from either consciousness capsule. These models are as complex as the human brain. I've done everything technically possible. The rest is up to them now. Taking a deep breath, she purges the frustration and anxiety from her mind. She can't transmit negative emotions through the remote connection. It's meant to support stability, not undermine it. She cradles the capsule in her arms. With the data contamination still present, she can almost hear their agonized cries. Still no response. Why isn't it working? Her mind grows agitated again. Instinctively, she searches through her fragmented memories for ways to comfort these children. Right. It's okay now. Everything's okay. She stiffly mimics what she remembers of her mother's gestures, gently patting the surface of the capsule. Time stretches on as she continues. Yui. Weak and faint, but undeniably there. The sensitivity curve on the monitor screen slowly rises. It's V's voice. I'm here. Thank goodness it's still alive. He looks up quickly, addressing the woman who's organizing reports. Rita, V's consciousness has awakened. We can move on to the next phase of restoration. Give me more neural relaxants and glucose. Activate neural interfaces number 137 through number 198 with a remote connection, and increase power by another 20%. She places the capsule on her lap, bringing her hands to identify the newly detected contamination points. Yui, don't. V's call comes again. Is it saying, don't go? I'm right here. I won't leave. She frees her left hand to pat the capsule shell, reinforcing her promise to stay. Yui, don't. Don't. The calls continue without stopping, one after another like mumbling in a dream. She involuntarily stops typing, leans down, and gently places her ear against the capsule. What is it trying to say? Yui, don't cry. Huh? The childlike voice instantly shatters her composure. Her vision blurs as something hot and wet streams down her cheeks. Drip, drip. She embraces the capsule with all her might, holding it tight so tight against her chest, as if embracing her broken former self. Aww. Director, these test subjects have reached their limit. If this continues, shut up, shut up, shut up. Do as I say. Can you imagine? The computing power expansion was within our grasp. If only that woman hadn't ruined everything. If you all hadn't failed to produce anything worthwhile, would we be suffering under the executive officer's watchful eye like this? But Director, these people volunteered for experiments in exchange for sanctuary in C-141. If they die, wouldn't that... Forget about all that. I'll take full responsibility if anything happens. Just hurry up and collect the samples. You still got a long way to go, eh? Well, I mean, it's only 4 more nodes, but they've been long, so. Memory blockade. Hang on. Okay. A pair of hands appears, gently cradling both you and it in its palms. Don't worry, I'll protect you both. A girl's gentle voice echoes from somewhere. It doesn't reach your ears from outside, but resonates from within your heart. A voice filled with both strength and sorrow. It feels like an internal embrace, as gentle waves flow over you with their warm touch, enveloping the wounds that mark this body. And so the terrifying nightmares recede with the tide. It's alright now. It's alright now. Her voice fades in and out. It gently taps out a rhythm, carrying a familiar melody that brings peaceful tranquility. Is she humming a lullaby? Immersed in this warm ocean, your consciousness gradually fades away. You open your eyes. Harsh, cold light pierces your eyes, sending waves of dizziness through your head. A figure draws closer to you upon your awakening. What did you see over there? It's an unfamiliar girl with long light blue hair with an enigmatic smile. Guard, who are you? Your memories are a complete blur, the surroundings utterly unfamiliar. Who exactly is this person before you, and what did you just experience? What's wrong with you? You look like you don't even remember me. She examines you with a furrowed brow, confirming that your confused state isn't an act. After checking the data on the terminal beside her, she speaks again. My name is Lesty. This is the control core of Babylonia. No need to be nervous, Grey Raven's Commandant. You're here to carry out a mission. That's so interesting. Though this is already the second time I've introduced myself to you. She hands you a control core ID card. You hesitate for a moment before taking it and examining it. The information on it matches exactly what she told you. You don't remember anything at all? How did I end up here? After a moment's hesitation, Leslie rechecks the data on her terminal. To think your memory would be affected to this extent. Though it's certainly within expectations, something still feels off about this. Anyway, you're here to execute a mission. I am the guide and you are the executor. or executor. She begins flipping through the mission briefing beside her. Only then do you notice that she seems to be holding 2 copies of the document. Noticing your puzzled gaze, she speaks again with a hint of resignation. Originally, Gestalt assigned a senior colleague to guide this mission, but she seems to be busy with other matters lately, so the guidance role fell to me. Who is this senior colleague? Just a troublesome senior colleague. Nothing you need to worry about. After all, as your guide, I am extremely reliable. Leslie speaks with a sweet smile while handing you the mission briefing, discreetly tucking the other copy behind her back. Though her explanation seems somewhat suspicious, the mission assignment and the briefing follows standard Babylonian procedures. The only problem is that you have virtually no recollection of anything mentioned in it. So, can you tell me what happened? Yes. Leslie's flippant smile fades away. Recently, Gestalt detected signals from a Gestalt subterminal on the surface, which is from City 141. This subterminal is cultivating a consciousness internally. If this AI consciousness becomes infected, it could lead to even greater problems. Gestalt selected you as the executor. But during the consciousness transfer process, there seems to have been some unexpected deviation. During this process, you lost some of your memories. It seems now that you've lost not only the memories of executing the mission, but also some from even earlier. Dusty stares at the data on the monitor and begins to think, as if you're not even there. That's how Commandant becomes the chosen one, with no memory of it whatsoever. And each time they become the chosen one, they will always forget. Please wait, I have a lot of questions. What do you want to know? What is a Gestalt subterminal? It's a matrix center built with technology from Gestalt, but its computing power is a tier lower than that of Huashu and Gestalt itself. The existence of this subterminal was only discovered recently, and we know absolutely nothing about why it exists or which organization it belongs to. That uncertainty is one reason we needed to send someone to investigate. It's like that's not the main reason. You're perceptive. The main reason is that it has the potential to become a massive threat. Let me give you a simple example. Suppose an entity like Gestalt were to stand against humanity, either by being exploited or infected by the punishing virus. Of course, the same principle applies here. Although I mentioned earlier that the subterminal's computing power is lower than the main system, it's still not something to be underestimated. People really can't leave the Commandant's brain alone, huh? For real. And that's why understanding its current status is critically important. That's right. That subterminal has cultivated a nascent AI consciousness, which is the primary subject we need to observe. Why was I chosen for this? As a matrix center derived from the same source as Gestalt, it's highly likely to have a similar internal environment. And you have experienced immersing Gestalt to execute combat orders, or operations. That happened recently. To overcome Gestalt's blockade of engine ignition signals and save Babylonia from crashing into Earth, Grey Raven infiltrated Gestalt using the Spear of FOS. That was during, was that during, Chapter 13? Was it that? Fake Ascension? I can't remember. But something feels off about this. Even so, the target of this immersion is still an entity we don't fully understand, right? In other words, it's bound to have defenses set up against external intrusions. Considering how during this chapter we see Lee Entropy, this is definitely before Spiral of Chronos, or before the hyperreal frame was being developed or being tested. Interesting. Actually, before bringing you in for this immersion, we had already failed numerous times. Its intrusion detection and defense systems are extremely sensitive, which is to be expected. After all, Gestalt itself, as the original entity, has multi-layered defense mechanisms against external threats. Anyone with access to such computational resources wouldn't leave it a sitting duck. But if we can make it recognize us as an internal entity, everything changes. No system actively counters what it perceives as part of itself. An eternal entity? Internal? To put it simply, with the Science Council's assistance, we discovered a consciousness shell inside the subterminal. Empty shell. Leslie furrows her brow, considering how to organize her thoughts for the explanation ahead. Most AI consciousnesses are merely created by humans to solve problems in specific domains. While they possess problem-solving capabilities, they're ultimately just machines executing instructions. They have no personality of their own, no desires, and are incapable of taking any initiative. Up to this point, they can only be classified as machines, tools that follow orders and serve humans without the ability to host human consciousness. But this entity is different. It's a model generated from human consciousness samples with high compatibility with humans. Coincidentally, although it was created from humans, it lost all personality due to overfitting. To put it simply, it's an empty shell missing a soul. Using the Spear of FOS, you connected to that entity and became the soul filling that empty shell. This way, your immersion wouldn't be interrupted. Actually, it wasn't completely uninterrupted, was it? Yeah. Leslie shakes her head dejectedly. Because even though we entrusted you with the immersion mission, and you successfully entered the system, you ended up with virtually no memory of what happened there. You even lost the memory of my mission briefing from before the immersion. Have you figured out why? It's still unclear, but not unexpected. After all, a Matrix facility wouldn't easily accept an external signal. There must be invisible barriers we couldn't detect. I have another question. Why was Gestalt able to make such precise judgments about that empty shell? Even though the first immersion was successful, it already understood the internal situation so well. That's definitely puzzling, but actually it's not just that. The request to detect the subterminal also came from Gestalt. As for why it suddenly captured the subterminal signal, Gestalt's explanation was that it tracked technology from the same source. I have to admit, this explanation is reasonable enough. It could even explain why Gestalt understands that empty shell so well, but can't shake the feeling that there are other factors at play. She ponders for a moment, after dejectedly giving up on the thought. Since this involves secret infiltration of an unknown force, and the existence of the Gestalt subterminal would likely cause panic among many people in Babylonia, this mission has an extremely high level of confidentiality. Commandant of Grey Raven, the fewer people who know about this, the better. With your recent memory loss, I would have been within my rights to withhold the details of this mission from you entirely. But you still explained it to me. Because I'll need you to continue the immersion process later. If you knew nothing, I'd have to explain everything again next time, and that would be too much trouble. Leslie stretches, letting out a long, exaggerated yawn. Anyway, the situation with that subterminal still needs further observation. I hope this memory loss is just a one-time occurrence. Next time you immerse, hopefully you'll bring back some substantial results. Well, it was not a one-time occurrence. It happened 4 times. As Babylonia's supreme governing AI, Gestalt has implemented a blockade to its core that can only be described as draconian. A pink-haired woman stands impassively before the massive mechanical behemoth. All information regarding the Matrix has been fully transmitted. But since you have access to it, why not continue observing? Because I don't want to interfere with their development. I'm also surprised that you approved the request to let the Grey Raven Commandant take over observation duties. After analysis, this decision does not violate Gestalt's primary directive. Furthermore, this unit requires more data to enhance its understanding of different technologies, and currently there is no surplus computing power available to aid in infiltrating this sub-terminal. Relying on humans conserves computing power while still allowing us to gather technical intelligence from the sub-terminal. Oh. Then, as payment for providing this intelligence, please allow me to also await news of that child's development. As silently as she appeared, the pink-haired woman once again vanishes from the heavily fortified chamber. Teacher. In the fluorescent chrysanthemum garden of Gestrig, Martha once again encounters the girl in a lab coat. As always, she keeps her gaze lowered, her eyes in the twilight revealing no emotion whatsoever. Whether it is her imagination or not, that once fragile, pallid face seems to have gained a hint of color today. Hearing that respectful form of address, Martha waves her hand dismissively, signaling that the formal greeting isn't necessary. I haven't been a teacher since Herta's class graduated. The Strig won't be taking any new students. She's grown weary of it all. Weary of the endless cycle, taking in homeless orphans under the guise of education, molding their minds, only to ultimately feed them into the corporate furnace as kindling. After her last encounter with Yui, she applied for retirement with the company. But your teachings remain forever engraved in my heart. Something seems to be troubling her. Martha immediately notices this but doesn't respond, instead waiting in silence for Yui to continue. Knowledge and reason are powerful forces that help us conquer fear, dispel ignorance, and guide us forward. I was merely quoting famous sayings from Golden Age scholars. All I did was bring you a few books back then. They proved true. Those teachings helped a frightened girl like me grow into who I am today. Haven't you always done well for yourself? I'm not sure. I think I might have done something foolish. A look of bewilderment flashes through her typical emotionless eyes. I gave up my chance to go to headquarters, all to salvage a so-called experimental result. Her eyebrows furrow almost imperceptibly as her face takes on a troubled expression. It sounds like there's more to this story than just some experiment. Martha studies her with keen interest. It is special, but the company executive happened to be present that day, which was crucial for Matrix 141. It would determine whether we could share computing power with another Matrix. Furthermore, there was no evidence suggesting I had more than a 50% chance of persuading the executive. In reality, it was probably less than 10%. To sacrifice potentially enormous benefits for something almost impossible, taking all factors into account, I was wrong. Do you think you shouldn't have saved it? No, I absolutely had to save it. Seeing Yui's determined expression, Martha can't help but smile. Then what's troubling you so much? Yui sighs softly. Because it was an action driven by emotion. That frightens me just like when I was a child. I'm afraid that if I continue like this, I'll repeat the same mistakes. Martha waves her hand dismissively. Always judging yourself by irrational principles will only make you suffer. From my perspective, your willingness to step out of that prison of equations and programs isn't a bad thing at all. Yui tilts her head slightly, her expression still filled with confusion. Instead of answering immediately, Martha crouches down to examine the pyrethrum flowers, gently pinching the petals between her fingers as she studies their growth. I've heard that in your birthplace there was a phrase called je t'aime. Je t'aime? Yeah. I had this issue earlier. She speaks softly while continuing to examine the flower petals. Yui's brow furrows, as if the words have touched upon some painful memory. Why bring that up so suddenly? I haven't used that language since coming to Leibowitz. You should understand it. It means I love you. Of course, but love makes people vulnerable. They say it's a spell. That's true, but I don't believe in such magic. It has nothing to do with faith. It's simply meant to bring people happiness. Huh. I see. That's probably why my childhood wasn't particularly happy. She offers a self-deprecating smile. The people who brought me into this world and raised me never once said such an absurd spell to me. Yui lets out an almost imperceptible sigh and continues in a hushed voice. Martha gives no answer. For many people, their mother tongue is often the best language for expressing emotions. Humans are both cursed and blessed by love. We're creatures who simply cannot survive without such spells. Yui's expression remains full of confusion. Look at me. Even in retirement, I can't break this bad habit of lecturing people. Martha takes out several foil packages and hands them to Yui. There were some bags of coffee beans and the supplies the company sent recently. Take them back to the laboratory for me. They're too bitter and I'm not used to the taste. If even you find it unbearable, it must be quite the rare delicacy. I'll consider it a diversion for the days ahead, teacher. Any update? Researchers in front of him exchange glances, all somewhat hesitant to answer. I asked how things are going. Many of them have become mentally unstable. We have fewer and fewer usable test subjects now. What about the model sampling results? Most are not promising. We'll only know for sure once we run them inside mechanoids. But I recall Miss Delavie mentioned that introducing consciousness into shells before they reach the awakening stage poses a high risk of them going haywire. Delavie, it's always Delavie. Can't our research move forward without her? The Matrix safety system isn't something to be taken lightly. Stop dawdling and let's select some samples to test. The more he talks, the more tired I get of him. I hate you. I hate you, Horst. Sorry, I'm just munching on some snack. Angrily munching. And now I will angrily drink water. Ah. All right, erroneous death. Whoosh. Boom. Oh, Jesus Christ. An enormous gray sphere crashes into the ground. The solid ground shatters like thin paper, and towering buildings collapse in an instant. Crimson magma rains down from the sky, burning fragments and rocks from the comet's descent. A roaring wave of heat engulfs the girl's slender figure in one swift moment. These parameters won't work. The output still shows some deviation. In the middle of a street crumbling into ruins, the girl calmly operates a virtual workstation before her, completely at odds with the apocalyptic scene surrounding her. This set isn't right either. The problem isn't here. The computational complexity is too high. Should I prune it now? Ignoring the fireball hurtling toward her, she only furrows her brow while staring at the workstation before her. A red figure darts in front of her, intercepting the fireball in one swift motion. Yui, get out of here. The Chosen One and I have this covered. Great Leader V and the Chosen One shield the last scientist from a fatal blow. Now they must embark together on a journey to prevent the destruction of the world. It meticulously imitates sound effects while adding a touching narration to its own heroic feat. Cut it out. Despite her words, she shows no interest of actually stopping it. She continues to tap away at her keyboard as usual, writing lines of code and adjusting its parameters. Then I want Yui to play with me. I'm busy. Flying sparks, billowing smoke, scorching heat waves, the very end of the world. This place is none other than Yui's laboratory. It's been quite some time since she extracted V and the Chosen One from the Matrix core. The simulation tests left them with severe data contamination, nearly causing both models to collapse. Connected to a brain-computer interface, she anxiously filtered through the data remnants in their memories. Working day and night at her lab bench, she finally managed to pull them back from the brink of destruction. Mom! Even though both models are now safe, her iterative pace never slows, not even for a moment. After all, there's no guarantee the company won't take them away again. And so V grows day by day. It slowly regains its vitality, even becoming a bit mischievous, and finds creative ways to attract attention. Miss Delavie, Herta, having just pushed open the laboratory door, nearly tumbles backwards onto her behind. You nearly gave me a heart attack. Honestly, V. Blah, blah, blah. Miss Delavie, you're letting it manipulate the artificial lighting like this again. You're not even doing anything about it. This helps it experience environments similar to the real world. It was clearly generated from your consciousness sample, Miss Delavie, yet its personality doesn't resemble yours in the slightest. It hasn't inherited any of the quiet, rational traits of a scientific researcher, and instead it spends all day causing mischief. Or perhaps you were actually like this when you were younger? Herta suddenly asks, her tone teasing. I never had the chance to be mischievous back then. She continues working without stopping. Even a brief memory of what is called childhood is enough to suffocate her. But this child is different. As long as it stays by her side, there's no need for it to bear the heavy burden she once did. Letting it be carefree and mischievous like this gives her a strange sense of comfort. It's as if her childhood self has been given a second chance. Seeing that Yui still has no intention of stopping V, Herta sighs and pulls out a stack of papers from her pocket, fanning them out like a magician. Today, Mr. Rolfe from the security department has issued you another fine. V simulated an apocalyptic scene using the lights during a routine inspection, which caused one of the guards to accidentally damage a nearby ventilation duct. Although V is stored inside a capsule, it can cast projections of itself and move between devices within a small area around the capsule. Yay, big victory. Big victory? This is the 5th? This is already the 5th fine this week, and it's only Tuesday. If this continues, the computational resources allocated to this laboratory will be reduced. Yui finally frees a finger from her task and forcefully flicks the metal casing of the capsule. Ouch. Despite there being no external pressure sensors installed, V still dramatically lets out a scream of agony, playing along perfectly. Why would you do that? Because security locked me in here and wouldn't let me go out to play. That doesn't mean you can do this. They'll reduce our computing power allocation. I don't care about allocation. That won't work. If we don't have enough computing power, your iteration progress will slow down. The memory of V being inserted into the Matrix core remains vivid in Yui's mind, causing her tone to suddenly become frosty. I don't want to iterate. I don't want to grow up. Sensing the shift in Yui's emotions, V suddenly becomes flustered and unsure of how to respond. Yui coolly severs the connection between the light source and V, returning the room to its original appearance. I'm not asking for your opinion, V. Don't get the wrong idea. Your stubbornness won't win you any sympathy. After all, you're nothing more than a test subject. That's how humans are. Cruel and arrogant toward their own creations, even their own flesh and blood. Regrettably, I'm one of them too. Because her father used her as a punching bag. How much time do you think we have until the next inspection by that officer? Before bringing you out, I boasted to him that by his next visit I'd deliver a more complete experimental result. As a reward for this achievement, he'll recommend me for a position at the company headquarters, where I can access the computing power of several linked matrices, because she was once used by her mother as a ticket to escape. What makes you think your existence is more tempting than my career prospects? After you're handed over, you'll have to endure painful tests all on your own. How will you resist that data contamination then? Are you still trying to act cute with me? Hurry up and review the filtered datasets. She can't let V repeat her mistakes. She must learn to survive on her own. Once I grow up, you'll leave me, won't you, Yui? I don't want to grow up. I want to stay by your side, Yui. Hearing his hesitant murmuring, Yui feels her resolve softening once again. Miss Delavie, no matter how you look at it, this is going too far. Herta, what do you need from me? To conceal her emotions, she pretends nothing happened and shifts the topic to Herta instead. Ah, right. The researcher in charge of Matrix core maintenance told me that when the Chosen One's consciousness samples were initially collected, the Matrix appears to have been infiltrated by the punishing virus. When the Chosen One was initially sampled, why are we suddenly talking about something from so long ago? Because when the Chosen One's signal suddenly appeared last time, some speculated it might have been caused by data contamination left behind by the virus back then, but the exact reason is still unclear. Come to think of it, that incident was quite strange. The concentration of the virus usually varies gradually across regions, but in this case, the virus appeared directly in a matrix with a very low concentration. Yui's brow furrowed slightly. Its purpose likely wasn't infection, but simply detection. Also, the Chosen One's personality waveform suddenly appeared on the day of the executive officer's inspection. It had never manifested before that day and hasn't appeared again since. Yui absently pokes the Chosen One's capsule, lost in thought, when Herta suddenly exclaims beside her, "The detector has picked up the Chosen One's personality waveform." The girl's gaze instantly turns that way. Hello? Yui quickly disconnects V's connection from the Chosen One, cautiously taking V's capsule into her arms. Who are you really? How did you connect to the Chosen One? Why are you accessing it? The girl's ice-cold voice cuts like a sharp blade as she slowly advances toward you. Your consciousness is equally confused. Who are you? What is this Chosen One? How did you connect to it? Why would you access it? Those are exactly the questions you want to ask too. Who am I? Something seems to be blocking access to memories. While basic communication functions remain intact, past experiences are completely blurred. Are you pretending to be clueless? The girl advances step by step, closing in. A desire to flee, only to discover this body cannot move at all. Tell me, who exactly are you and where did you come from? Delavi. An unexpected sound comes from the doorway. The girl stops in her tracks and turns toward the entrance. Mr. Horst, I believe it's not yet time for the executive officer's inspection, is it? Just because it's not the esteemed officer's scheduled time, does that mean I can't come and check on the research progress? Horst takes 2 steps forward. Behind him, several people in protective suits and others who look like researchers file in, methodically surrounding the girl in a tight circle. What are you planning to do this time, Mr. Horst? The girl known as Delavi subtly shifts to the side, positioning herself as a shield in front of you. It's been quite a while since the last inspection, hasn't it? I believe that with Miss Delavi's capabilities, you should have fully developed those 2 consciousness entities by now. Hand them over to me, Delavi. He needs those 2 consciousness entities, as well as the benefits they could bring him. That voice sounds somewhat familiar. The girl doesn't speak immediately. Instead, she moves further back to completely hide behind Herta. Horst. Mr. Horst. Miss Delavi is very busy today. It's not a good time to... Herta rushes forward, positioning herself as a barrier in front of Yui. Mr. Horst, parameter adjustments require a lengthy experimental process, especially for models generated from human consciousness samples. Their growth... I don't want to hear these excuses anymore. How can I be sure that you won't suddenly rush out during the next inspection and tell the executive officer, oh, the parameters aren't fully adjusted yet, I'll deliver better results later? This guy. We still have plenty of time until the next inspection. We should give Miss Delavi enough time to prepare so that the consciousness entities can mature fully. Herta firmly blocks Horst's path, preventing him from approaching Yui and the experimental platform behind her. What is this? Don't worry. Protect you both. Unexpectedly, a girl's voice rings through your mind as the physical world around you begins to slow down. Don't worry. I'll protect you both. Like then, it was you. What? You were the one who rescued V and me from that place. She visibly stumbles as if startled by her own revelation. Were you awake back then? I passed out not long after. I wasn't conscious for a very long time. For very long. Who are you? Regardless, I must thank you for saving us from that massacre. You're saying the stimulation test was actually a massacre? Her voice immediately grows calm. Wasn't it designed that way from the very beginning? Impossible. Before the death phase, there were only supposed to be necessary pain tolerance tests. A massacre clearly doesn't fall under that category. Why aren't you answering my question, Delavi? Pushing Herta aside, the man's voice interrupts the encrypted communication between the girl and her contact. Even if you hand over the capsule to us, you'll still get his endorsement at the next inspection. After all, you're the only one who contributed to this core project. Your interest won't suffer any loss, but you still refuse to hand over the capsule. Why? At the end of the day, they're just experimental subjects, not worth investing any emotion in. That leaves only one conclusion. You want to keep them for yourself. I must remind you once again, Delavie. Everything here, including the computing resources you use for research, the results you produce, and even you yourself, is company property. Once you reach headquarters, you can make whatever choices you want. I have no right to interfere. But here in Matrix District 141, you cannot disobey my orders. So hand them over to me. Chosen one. Louis' voice resonates in your mind once again. I previously set up an external connection to the output devices for you. You should be able to control the lights in this laboratory. When I count to 3, turn off the lights. I'll hand you over to the woman named Herta next to me. She'll take you to a place called Gestrig. She'll understand. What about you? Someone needs to distract them, and I'm the only one suitable as bait. Are you going to forcibly transfer V? Not just V, but you too. Why? Though my memories are hazy, I'm pretty sure I'm different from V. I'm not your child. I'm a person of unknown origin. During that test, you protected V in my place. Before I got you both out, you were both on the verge of collapse. You must have been risking your life to save it, weren't you? That's enough for now. We can talk about the rest when we meet again. Wait, I might have a better idea. Question mark? The scenes from that time are preserved in my memory. I still remember what happened back then. According to what you just said, this massacre shouldn't have happened. Then, this could serve as evidence of Horst's unauthorized experiments. I'll connect your output device to the display screen right now. All of you, go bring those models over here. The armed personnel close in and step forward once more, but the experimental data is uploaded before they can make their move. The deep blue data screen instantly turns blood red. What is this? This is what Mr. Horst calls stimulation testing. That's impossible. Only the final model testing requires experiencing death, but we've never initiated the final testing before. Even though the testing level hadn't reached the death, the models were already subjected to such brutal treatment. I'm afraid someone deliberately increased the learning rate and introduced extreme data samples just to grab the executive officer's attention, isn't that right? A burst of hushed whispers erupts from the crowd, and Horst's expression instantly turns grim. Don't listen to her nonsense. Quick, bring the capsule here. Mr. Horst, is this true? This kind of testing environment easily causes irreversible damage to the models. This isn't testing anymore. So that means the models I submitted last time also had issues. I thought it was because... Are the models we're currently researching going to be handed over to the supervisor too? What's going to happen to them? The sounds of anxious unrest grow louder. Why are you all staring at me? According to company policy, what you're doing is against regulations. This is damaging company property. Mr. Horst, the crowd is in an uproar. Under these circumstances, the soldiers find it impossible to push past the angry researchers to retrieve what Horst wants. Delavie, don't think you can fool everyone with a few fake images. The people here can judge for themselves. When the executive officer arrives, your models won't even have a chance to be presented. Not if you don't hand them over to me. Yui just leans against the lab bench, looking at Horst with cold indifference. If you can't get into corporate headquarters, all your research becomes meaningless. After all, those two models are nothing but garbage that could never pass testing. Huh. If both V and the Chosen One are garbage, then... what does that make you, Horst, who's so desperately scheming to get your hands on them? Yum! Uno reverse, idiot! You piece of... Just garbage! Get out. Get him out of here! Get this idiot out of here. Kick him out. Stupid. That's right. That's a mom protecting her kid. Her kids. Yeah. After Horst leaves, Yui gathers all 5 cats to her chest, briskly stroking the furry little creatures while maintaining a serious expression. Calm down. You've been like this for over half an hour now. I'm not angry. He did it again. He's telling these blatantly obvious lies again. Didn't you just successfully protect those 2 children? I just think it's unreasonable. Making judgments from a completely subjective perspective without data analysis or genuine supporting evidence is an unsound conclusion. But if it were properly verified data, there's nothing reasonable or unreasonable about it. You all were insulted, as it's as simple as that. Huh? Are you listening to me? Of course. Didn't Miss Delavie just connect your output device to the terminal? She's angry because you and V, the children she has carefully nurtured, were the targets of Horst's criticism. Even if Horst's words were logical and well-founded, she would still be upset. Herta quietly turns toward you, murmuring softly to you and to V. It's just that treating a supervisor with that kind of attitude could lead to someone sabotaging us behind our backs. Herta mutters to herself, gathers the documents into her arms, and leaves the laboratory. Yui, I was wrong. If only I hadn't caused so much trouble for the security department these past few days, that nasty sharp-nosed man wouldn't have come here, and Yui wouldn't have gotten angry. Sensing V's guilt, Yui's irritation instantly melts away. Even if you hadn't caused any trouble, he would have come looking for me anyway. It's not your fault. But... Herta said that after today he might hold a grudge and even cut off some of our computing power. If that happens, you'll be unhappy, Yui. As long as you all stay by my side, we'll be able to find another way. She pulls V into her arms, gently patting it while offering comfort in a soft voice. Actually, it's already a miracle that they haven't taken anything away from us just yet. She casts her gaze toward the chosen one beside her, whose data has become the key to breaking the stalemate. Before that, she had asked V about it too, but it seems that V was too young back then and doesn't retain any memories from that time. Being able to keep these 2 capsules by my side is already the best possible outcome. Anything beyond that would be asking too much. Besides, haven't you always said that you didn't want to grow up? Now you do now? Because you look a bit fragile and I want to protect you properly. Hearing that childlike yet determined tone, Yui looks with surprise at the capsule in her arms. You fool. You're being all mushy. So gross. It seems embarrassed by that affectionate term, darting away in a flash to somewhere else. Chosen one. As V leaves, those dark red eyes turn back toward you. What's wrong? Yes? I've already gone through the data inside the Chosen One. Have you reached any conclusions? What did you see? Your storage module contains almost nothing but memories from the last stimulation test. It seems you really don't remember anything. So you don't even know where I came from. Yes, there are no accessible information sources about that. I only know that you don't belong here. We don't possess the technology to link human consciousness into models like yours. You must be an outsider. Since your consciousness was externally linked, that might explain the memory block. The more information transmitted during the linking process, the higher the probability of interception. Human memories amount to at least several terabytes. The matrix wouldn't just sit by and wait for the complete transfer. And that's why every time you go into derived from matrix, every single time, I've talked about it yesterday, but you always go in there with your memories gone. You will always forget about Jetavie. Because you're an outsider, you're external. Which fits perfectly with how derived from matrix is a roguelike. You always start over with Jetavie. She remembers everything, but you don't. I love that shit. It's really creative. Is there a simpler way to explain it? Simply put, you couldn't bring your original memories here, and you won't be able to take memories from here when you leave. But you'll still act according to your inherent nature. Is there any way to fix this? Help me out here. I'm even more curious than you are about the forces behind you, but your memory loss is the Matrix's doing, and I'm powerless against it. I don't currently have the right administrative access to the Matrix. Then how do I get back? It seems you'll have to wait until whoever is pulling your strings decides to reel you back in. She seems to take some pleasure in your predicament, a mischievous glint flashing across her eyes. You just smiled, didn't you? I didn't. She composes herself once again. Since you're here, you might as well make the best of it. Rest assured, I won't turn you away when you come to visit. Yui tilts her head slightly, speaking in a half-joking tone. I'll visit often. I'll visit often. Yes, V would be pleased with that as well. At any rate, thank you for your help today. So you've chosen one and V are regarded as her children, then in a sense, you as the Commandant and Jetavie are like non-directly just siblings. Jetavie's your little sis. And I say little sis because it's like you're the Commandant, you're older than her. Because obviously you were born before Jetavie was. So Jetavie is your little sis. A warm sensation envelops your consciousness, as if you've been wrapped in a gentle embrace. If I hadn't done it, I would have been in trouble too, right? But you helped us, and that's what matters in the end. Last time you fell asleep here before returning to that place. As thanks, how about I sing you a lullaby? Perhaps, once you drift off to sleep, you'll be able to leave without any conscious effort. I'm not a child anymore. Perfect, because I'm still a child. Well, I mean, I guess in this technical sense, yes. The Chosen One's model was generated from my consciousness samples. It seems you're indeed quite compatible with it. She's gently patting the capsule and humming a lullaby. Warm sensations flow through the brain-machine connection, a familiar yet gentle rhythm slowly guiding your consciousness into the realm of dreams. Hey, what did you see over there this time? Who are you? What? The girl's eyes widen in disbelief. After carefully studying your expression, she sighs with a hint of exasperation. My name is Lesty, and this is already the third time I've introduced myself to you. Whoa. And then from the main story, it was the fourth time we had to introduce ourselves. Rebirth. 2 MS? The feedback loop is too slow. How many clock cycles have passed already? The neural interface compatibility is still only 31.2%. At this rate, it won't be able to accommodate everything. Is this as large as the power module can get? Maybe we should link additional power modules and have V learn power allocation on her own. Otherwise, at this rate, it will run out of energy quickly. There are still so many problems to solve. Is there a reason why Jetavie has the pointy ears, though? I bet Yui was just like, you know what? I think she looked cute with the pointy ears. The young woman stops writing and gazes absent-mindedly at the laboratory table before her. Another version of herself. No, it seems to be some kind of different existence altogether. It has the same black and white hair as hers, but that small face reveals subtle hints of mischief and cunning. When those eyes open one day, what kind of thoughts will it have? This world is far from beautiful, just like Yui's childhood, which was torn apart. But V won't experience those painful things as long as she stays by Yui's side until she fully grows up. Yui silently gazes at V, as if seeing her own rebirth. Good morning, Miss Delavi. Oh, this child. Is this V's frame? Yes. It's designed to look like how she'll look when she's a bit older, since there's still a long time before the final upload. I thought it would look more mechanical. She's still young, still too young. We'll need to wait until she's closer to awakening before we can tailor her appearance to better fit her consciousness. But what's wrong? I heard when I passed by the tech department today that many researchers have already loaded their models into frames. Even though those frames are still just prototypes, they have already been put into live testing. They're rushing too much. Those frames haven't been properly calibrated, and the trained models haven't reached the level suitable for live testing yet. Yui froze her brow with concern. What will happen as a result? Hard to say. No one has tried it before. It's a foregone conclusion that data from input devices receiving unfiltered real-world information would be overwhelming to nascent models. Yui sighs. However, after seeing V's performance, some researchers have started using their own memories as samples to generate models. Just like Miss Delavie, they've started using themselves as their own test subjects. This approach has indeed produced models similar to V, more vivid, with promising simulation test results. Is that so? That's a good start for them. I went to see them. They're all still a bit dull, not as cute as V. Speaking of which, isn't today that child's birthday? Curtis surveys the room with keen interest. The once clean and simple laboratory is now adorned with colorful ribbons, creating a festive atmosphere that fills the air. It is V's birthday after all, though we've only set up some simple decorations. It still has to train later. Birthday? What's a birthday? Hearing them talk about something related to herself, V excitedly pops into the conversation. It's a very special day. Children celebrating their birthdays receive blessings and their wishes can come true. Do you have any wishes, V? Yui gently pats V's capsule. Then I want Yui to play with me. Excitedly, she projects an amusement park scene throughout the room. I've filtered a dataset for you, specially curated for your birthday. Aw. She lets out a disappointed sound. Honestly, Miss Delavie, today is a rare birthday celebration. Should V really be training on its birthday? Unable to stay silent any longer, Herta barges into the conversation. That's why today's dataset is carefully selected. I'll properly adjust the parameters in the You're always adjusting parameters, filtering data, and writing code all day long. The chosen one hasn't visited since their last connection either, and I'm constantly tied up with extra meetings. No one has really taken the time to have a proper conversation with V, have they? But she can grow faster this way. Listen, Miss Delavie. Herta's voice begins to rise. Have you ever thought about why V played that prank on the security department last time, making their lights look like the apocalypse was happening? I don't know what you're thinking, but you've said it yourself. V is still too young, and you know how kids get scared of being alone? Well, Auntie Herta. Call me big sister, you little squirt. Anyway, spend more time with V on its birthday, Miss Delavie. You're the one who said we should grant wishes for children on their birthdays. I understand. Yay! But this scenario is just something V simulated, right? We can't actually play for real in here, can we? That's true. Its mood drops again, leaving it downcast. I remember there's a multimedia store in City 141. They might have some virtual reality equipment there. I read a book once that mentioned a period when these products were quite popular. If you and V could connect to a virtual reality device together, you could play with V properly, couldn't you? Ah, and that's the white cube, right? Tell me the location of that store, Herta. She agrees without a moment's hesitation. I have already sent the coordinates to your terminal. I have one more wish, Yui. Yes, I'm listening. I want a name. A proper name. Yes, you've grown up. It's about time. Since when do you wait until a child is grown up to give them a proper name? Miss Delavie, you really are... All right. I'll think about it on the way. She hastily exits the matrix, eager to escape the conversation. And it's within that little white cube, that VR cube. That's when she says, "Happy birthday, V." She arrives at a media store that stands out from its urban surroundings, almost ostentatiously luxurious by comparison. Welcome, ma'am. How may I help you today? We have golden age film discs, vinyl records, retro gaming consoles, holographic projectors. Do you have any VR equipment? Yes, ma'am, we certainly do. We have holographic projectors, AR glasses, and VR headsets. Which would you prefer? But these are all just for humans to experience virtual reality, right? Yes, that's right, but isn't virtual reality meant for humans to experience? The staff member looks utterly bewildered by her question. Apart from devices meant for humans, do you have anything that can interface directly with a computer? Oh, you must be referring to the white box? White box. It's a small computer with an appearance similar to a Rubik's Cube, a very rare VR device originally designed to provide real-world knowledge to AI models. How convenient. Unlike other VR devices, its data is carefully filtered so that AI models can easily process it. Furthermore, to facilitate debugging, it provides an interface to link with human consciousness. How specific. What a coincidence. But the clerk's expression suddenly turns troubled, as if remembering something troubling. Yui waits silently for her answer. But precisely because it's so valuable, we only have one in our store and it contains some anomalous data streams. That's fine. I've filtered plenty of data before. One more load of box won't make a difference. How much is it? Since no one here knows how to fix those anomalies, it's not much of a use to us anymore. If you can fix it, we'd be happy to give it to you for free, but please be extremely careful before using it. Yui managed to get V's birthday gift. Walking back to the Matrix, a wave of joy washes over her. Strange, considering it is not even her birthday. Herta, can you reschedule today's health checkup? I got V's gift, but I'll need some time to fix it. As usual, Yui dials Herta's communication terminal. No one answers. Herta? Herta? She immediately resists the urge to keep asking. All requests sent normally. Network signal normal. Physical layer and network failures excluded. Reception normal but no answer, confirming if this is an isolated phenomenon. Yui systematically dials through the list, department public lines, director's private channels, and finally supervisor's communications. No one answers. Not a single call. Not an isolated incident, likely a region-wide communication failure. All Matrix Project Company employees use military encrypted communication channels, uniformly managed by the Matrix itself. The problem lies with the Matrix itself, rolling out runtime anomalies with probabilities less than 10 something 30. Oh, 10 to the power of negative 30. This is an emergency communication blockade initiated by the Matrix. What could have happened to make it take such an extreme measure? Uh-oh. I heard when I passed by the tech department today that many researchers have already loaded the models into frames. Method. A sudden sense of foreboding washes over Yui. Trouble. Dust and smoke grow thicker with each step she takes. She glimpses several figures frantically fleeing in her direction. It's still a V! They recognize Yui but don't slow their desperate flight in the slightest. The corrupted are coming! Run! A desperate throat-tearing scream. His body pitches forward and crashes to the ground, momentum dragging him several meters across the surface. Then he falls silent forever. Through the pitch-black smoke, Yui sees the running figures behind the body. They aren't fleeing, they're hunting. A buried fear from many years ago resurfaces, twisting her heart once more. And it must have been Yui that put up that barrier around the facility to keep Jetavie safe. Control cart, special laboratory. That assignment again? This time is tight. Our time is tight, so I'll be brief. It's the same mission as the previous 2 times. You need to use the Spear of FOS to dive into the Gestalt sub-terminal and monitor the newborn model. Previous 2 attempts didn't yield any useful intelligence. Why continue with these immersions? This time is different. We've confirmed that the sub-terminal has been invaded by the virus. If it also infects that newborn model, He doesn't continue. Gestalt has still assigned you to execute the mission. I'm just here to calibrate the Spear of FOS system. Leslie takes a deep breath and speaks with a grave expression. This immersion will be extremely dangerous. Your mind beacon could be exposed to the punishing virus. Could be. It's not certain. The subterminal has its own firewall, but you won't have much time. You need to rescue that newborn model before the subterminal gets infected or eliminated. Although Gestalt still assigned you to this mission, it's not mandatory considering your personal safety. Whether or not to immerse is up to you. Should I immerse or not? Compared to the last time when a malfunction in Gestalt caused an engine shutdown, the threat Leslie describes now seems relatively distant. Even if it truly becomes infected, it won't immediately affect Babylonia. Gestalt's immersion request is made from humanity's perspective, so accepting this mission would undoubtedly benefit humankind. But beyond that, there seems to be a more direct emotion driving you to accept it. Something seems to be waiting for you there. Despite your hazy memories, this intuition continues to linger in your mind. I accept. Leslie answers with actions rather than words. She swiftly types a command on a virtual keyboard, then pushes herself into the frame behind her. The frame door closes, and a digitized world gradually unfolds before you. Holy transition? Auto designation The Chosen One identity verified. Connection timeout. Attempting to reconnect. Access denied. Port blocked. What's happening? The punishing virus triggered the subterminal firewall. It's now in emergency lockdown just like Gestalt was before. What do we do now? Leslie rapidly inputs several command strings again. Access denied. Port blocked. Let's give up. It's not Gestalt. Since we're external to it, we can hardly interfere with its firewall directly. She lets out a long sigh and reaches for the frame, about to open the door. Wait. What's wrong? What if someone could unlock it from the inside? But the chances of that are far too slim. When Gestalt had problems before, nobody gave up. So I believe. It's not the same situation. Gestalt was being interfered with by Hua Shu back then, not infected by the virus. But then again... Leslie stretches where she stands. It'll be quite a while before I need to meet with my seniors, so I might as well keep you company while we wait. Thank you, Leslie. Scree! Miss Delavie, look out! Just as the Corrupted's blade lunges toward her, a soldier shoves her aside and fires at the creature. Get moving! What are you standing there for? Complete devastation everywhere. Streets shrouded in thick smoke, with rubble, twisted metal rods, and human bodies strewn haphazardly across the ground. The colleague who had shouted so loudly moments ago is among them now, as silent as all the smoke-stained rubble around him, as if he had never been alive at all. A few glory hounds prematurely loaded the models into mechanoid frames, causing them to go haywire and tear apart the core of the central purification filter. The punishing virus seized the opportunity to invade. The supervisor saunters over, surrounded by a group of soldiers. He occasionally dusts off his suit and adjusts his tie. I suppose everyone inside is done for by now. The security team escorted me out, but half of them didn't make it all the way. He speaks casually, as if discussing something completely trivial. What about V? What about the Chosen One? What about Herta? I know what you're worried about. You're concerned about those two models of yours. Let me be frank with you, those people admire your talent. Even without those two models, they still want you to work for them at headquarters. Stop looking so devastated. You're still young with a long road ahead of you. You'll have plenty of chances to create something even more valuable in the future. She spots the shadows of a corrupted swarm stirring in the dust cloud not far away. Her heart pounds frantically, an uncontrollable terror taking over. The wounds they left behind send sharp pain shooting through her lower leg. Blurred flesh and crawling bodies. Suddenly she's transported back to that day many years ago. The sunlit exit was within reach, but in the final moment before escape, a sharp claw violently seized her ankle. 1, 2, 3, then thousands upon thousands. countless claws dragging her back into a lightless hell. She stands frozen in place like a puppet with its strings cut. That's the third time you used that analogy. Or metaphor. Snap out of it and get in the vehicle. Those corrupted will be here any moment. A harsh screeching sound interrupts her thoughts as a massive black armored vehicle pulls up beside the group. The door swings open, revealing a passenger compartment bristling with weapons that radiate a powerful sense of security. If she gets on board, she can truly survive and escape her nightmares. What about V? What about the Chosen One? What about Herta? What will happen to all of them? The other executives are waiting for you at headquarters. They've already assigned you to a new laboratory with new cats and a dedicated flower garden for your horticulture research. What are the survival odds now? 10%? Even less? Looking at these devastated ruins, perhaps it's time to accept reality. Despair, overwhelming despair. Well, those are merely unnecessary emotions. Thinking rationally. Tomorrow she'll meet new colleagues at headquarters, develop new models, and have access to more computing power in a far more comfortable environment. What about V? What about V? An increasingly distant cry. Yui already knows the answer, so isn't it time to leave? This woman's frozen in fear. You lot, carry her now! The soldiers crowd around her. Plop! Something slips from her grasp, tumbling to the ground, rolling further and further away. The white box, V's birthday gift. Today is V's birthday. V is waiting for her to deliver the gift, waiting to play with her. I have to go back. I have to go back. Huh? She shoves past the soldier blocking her way and stumbles forward to snatch the white box from the ground. She charges back in a frenzy. She dodges the roaming corrupted and sprints through a narrow corridor. The shrieks of the corrupted, the wailing of crowds, everything. It's exactly like the past. Why did I escape all those years ago, only to return now? Back to this inferno of utter devastation. How foolish you are, Yui. Has all that research and knowledge taught you nothing? Humans can only move forward by discarding what is unnecessary. That's the smart choice. Someday you'll face the same situation I did, and then you'll surely understand me. I'm sorry, Mom, but I don't. I never learned how to be smart. Some things should never be abandoned. Oh, she's Mom. Jetavie. Aww. I love you, my child, and I hope you are born from love. Today is V's birthday. It's a day for wishes to come true, a day filled with surprises. Today, Yui will buy V a birthday gift and also give V a beautiful name. If only every day could be a birthday. That way Yui would stop working all the time and play more with V. That's why V must be good and mustn't get into mischief or cause any trouble for Yui. But why hasn't Yui returned yet? Unable to wait any longer, V sneaks out of the laboratory. The hallway stretches out, completely empty. Not a single person in sight. So boring. Out of sheer boredom, V can't resist playing with the hallway lights once again. Suddenly the lights go dark. Can't see anything. What's happening? Is Yui back? Is this a surprise Yui prepared for V? V can no longer control the lights, but can still hear sounds from outside. Thud, thud, thud. Then the continuous supply of computing power is cut off as well. Half an hour, 1 hour, an hour and a half. So dark, so frightening. V doesn't want to have a birthday anymore. No gift is fine, not having a name is fine too. Looking at data sets is fine too. This time V will really try to grow up and make Yui see V in a new light. So Yui, please come back soon. This time V will definitely be good. V! Beep. The electronic sound of the door opening. Yui, you're back. Thank goodness. Thank goodness. She takes deep, labored breaths. Are you feeling alright? I'm okay, but I just suddenly can't see anything. Is this a surprise Yui prepared for me? Yui remains silent. Is she angry? Yui, please don't be angry. I shouldn't have turned off the hallway lights. I won't ever cause trouble again. Yes, it's a surprise for you. Unexpectedly, Yui's gentle laughter fills the air. Usually she would get angry. It must be because of my birthday. Yay! I found a white box at the media store that will let humans play with you. Huh, her voice sounds hoarse. Is Yui sick? I feel Yui lifting me up into her arms. Yui, where are we going? We're going on a little trip far away. She puts 2 capsules into her bag and shoulders it, then struggles to lift a fire axe and swings it at the metal grate. Bang! The impact numbs her wrist, causing her small wounds to split open inch by inch. At first, there's only a slight breeze, then terrifyingly cold air currents. These are the ventilation shafts of the Matrix. She smashes inward again, squeezing through the jagged opening into the maintenance tunnel. To avoid the Corrupted's attack, she has no choice but to retreat into this cramped space, battered and disheveled. She crawls toward the central hub, sticky blood seeping from her body and dripping onto the tunnel floor. Drip, drop. Like the pendulum of life, growing ever slower and heavier. After dragging Herta's, I'm guessing it's Herta, severely wounded body to safety along the way, Yui's own strength begins to give out. 20,000 square meters. Never before has she so despised the sheer enormity of this matrix. Yet she's also never been so grateful for how deep the laboratory is situated. Those access-controlled doors that once imprisoned her have ironically become barriers protecting them today. Though she's broken through the corrupted blockade to reach them, her body is a patchwork of wounds. Most of the Matrix is overrun with the virus, which continues to encroach deeper into the facility. The unawakened mechanical consciousnesses cannot resist the punishing virus's invasion. Not to mention the terrifyingly high concentration of the punishing virus nearby, and the corrupted constantly prowling around. In her severely wounded state, she can no longer get them out of here. Only the Matrix's core offers a thread of hope for survival. Thud. Her body tumbles weakly out of the exit and onto the floor. Finally made it. She struggles to prop herself up. Her heartbeat accelerates rapidly. Is her body trying to increase her heart rate to maintain blood flow? Greetings to the human named Yui de la Vie, and to the mechanical consciousness models known as Chosen One and V. A mechanical voice echoes through the empty room. It's the Matrix's administrative AI. She silently disables V's audio reception module before beginning her conversation with the Matrix. I want to ask you to protect V. Target deemed unachievable. The punishing infection spreads from the outside in. The system can only slow the invasion rate through containment protocols, but cannot prevent the core's inevitable fall. Even with punishing specialized firewalls activated and all physical channels sealed, approximately 18 hours remain before total infection. Is it possible for you to assume training functions, allowing V to awaken prematurely and develop a resistance to the punishing virus? Parameters updated. Recalculating probability. Probability approximately 0.0%. Give me precision to 5 decimal places. 0.00033%. I like those odds. Tell me the solution. This system has a simulation protocol to accelerate model training, codenamed Derivation. Whoa. Described in visual scenario language, the training consists of an endlessly repeating apocalypse. Within it, the mechanical consciousness continuously evolves. Wow. A sudden apocalypse. And that's the entire basis of Derived from Matrix. That's crazy! I love that. Oh, whoops. To force the model's growth, a harsh training environment is necessary. Simulated scenarios included, but are not limited to world collapse and red tide invasions. Experiencing high-frequency apocalyptic cycles may cause significant data contamination in the model, Please consider this risk carefully. Oh, so the red tide is... yeah. Oh, yeah. Then, yeah, this is definitely after. Because Lee entropy is a thing. So this is definitely after chapter 13, but before chapter 20. Okay. I don't know when Derived from Matrix actually first released. I don't remember what patch. I don't know what patch I mean. But that's really good. Consider having a human consciousness accompany the training process. Parameters updated, recalculating probability. Probability increased to 0.31058%. Entity known as ER11, do you require a neural interface connection to train alongside the V? No. I'm afraid I'm already out of time. Her breathing grows increasingly rapid, the world blurring before her eyes. Instinctively, she clutches her abdomen, warm sticky blood soaking her hands. Leaning against the railing, she slowly drags herself toward the console. Her heavy fingertips tremble uncontrollably. She lifts her finger and presses down. She never realized until now that the simple act of typing commands requires a deliberate control from the brain. Tap, tap. Blood seeps from her arm, trickling down to stain the pristine white console crimson. Her fingertips stick to the keys, requiring a seemingly monumental effort to peel them off. Enter. Model awakening cycle. Derivation training ready. Huey. Yes. I must control my trembling lips. I can't let V worry. One last time I'll speak softly. Even these mundane conversations now feel incredibly precious to her. She can't help but feel profound regret. Humans truly are greedy creatures. If she'd known this day would come, why didn't she spend more time with V? I'm so happy today. Huey spent a whole hour with me. Birthdays really are the best. V loves birthdays. Her nose stings with emotion. Just 1 hour was enough to make V so happy. Though she was by V's side, she spent all her time obsessing over code and parameters. She repeatedly claimed it was for V's growth, but in truth she was just afraid someone would take the fragile V away from her again. For such a selfish reason, she couldn't even spare 10 minutes a day to simply talk with V. I don't know what you're thinking, but you've said it yourself. V is still too young. And you know how kids get scared, of being alone. Berta's words echo in her ears once more. I'm so sorry. I'm sorry. I can stay with you a little longer, but then I have to get back to work. Alright. V looks a little disappointed, but responds obediently nonetheless. But what about your promise to play with me in the white box? Yeah, I was just about to open it. Yeah. What awaits her now is not the white box, much less any place of comfort and joy. The Matrix training code-named Derivation exists as a trial of endlessly repeating apocalyptic scenarios. This was a necessary measure to ensure the V's survival against the punishing virus's corruption. But what exactly does this apocalypse look like within the training simulation? An invisible hand suddenly squeezes her heart. Entity designated ER11. What commands are you inputting? The stability program then simulates neural signals from the host system. It can provide shelter for V during the apocalypse. Deemed an irrational decision. Given that awakening is the primary objective, this system will not add such functionality to the model. Shelter would deprive the model of experiencing hardship, slowing the pace of its growth and awakening. V should have the right to choose. Even if she can't pass the trials, she should at least have a place to rest peacefully. Unable to comprehend this system. There's nothing special about it. I just don't want her to suffer. Is that too much? Ignoring the Matrix's nagging, Yui hits the enter key again. Self-initiated model stability environment. Haven of tenderness. Preloaded. V, will you be okay playing by yourself in the white box? Will I be alone now? If possible, the Chosen One would be there to keep you company. The Chosen One? Will I save the world together with the Chosen One? But the Chosen One has been asleep for a very, very long time, right? Will they wake up today? It's very likely. After all, today is... I know, it's my birthday. gently strokes V's capsule. The debt she feels slices through her heart like a warm, dull blade. But what about you? Can't you come too? I need to go on a business trip to a place very, very far away. A lie. Identical to the note her mother left when she abandoned their home years ago. I don't want you to go on a business trip. Then I won't play anymore. She is starting to act spoiled again. It won't take long. By the time you finish playing White Box, I will be back. Then, when you have free time again, will you have to play with me? Pinky promise. Of course, we'll have plenty of time together. We'll spend today, tomorrow, and many, many birthdays together, won't we? Yes, it's a deal. A wave of dizziness washes over her. Is it from losing too much blood? Or guilt from deceiving her with false promises? Yui takes shallow but rapid breaths, her oxygen-deprived brain tumbling in a fog, her life slowly ebbing away. But V is still young. She has the right to live on. With just one more person to keep her company, those chances would increase significantly. Would the chosen one connect to this matrix? That's probably impossible. Why would anyone connect to a matrix for a completely unrelated mechanical consciousness that's not even human? How pathetic for a scientist to pin her hopes on something so improbable. But if there's any chance of bringing V closer to awakening, no matter how small, Yui has to try. With leaden fingers, she reaches for the console and inputs another string of commands, opening a connection port for the chosen one within the completely sealed firewall. Port opened. What would normally be a simple command now feels like it's drained half of her remaining lifespan, causing her to collapse to the floor in complete exhaustion. Her consciousness drifts, and scenes from the past hazily materialize before her eyes. V, do you know? Facing the capsule, she opens up her heart. I hate my parents. Of all the people in this world, my parents are certainly the ones I hate most. Between those two people, I hate my mother more. I hate her for abandoning me with that alcoholic man when I was little. Hate her for leaving my life in complete shambles. I hate her for taking me back into her arms when we met again. Hate her for abandoning me once more after she'd used me. I survived, studying and researching day and night without rest. I thought I wouldn't be as weak as I was back then. I thought I had finally escaped her shadow. But humans are always so weak. Night after night, I find myself back at that harbor, watching my mother leave. The long blast of the ship's horn echoes in my ears, the scent of the sea crashes over me, and the massive vessel carrying her slowly sails away before my eyes. I stand bewildered, waiting second after second, and every moment I pray that she'd turn around. Then she would rush back to me without hesitation and hold me tight like she used to. I'd lie in her arms, breathe in the lavender scent of her coat, and drift into a deep, peaceful sleep. But that will never happen. That massive ship sailed into the open sea and she never looked back. This body of mine has long since become an empty shell. My soul shattered at that harbor where I was left behind. I thought knowledge and intellect would fill me up, but no matter how much I absorb, I still feel so empty inside. But in that moment when I held you in my arms, I saw my shattered past slowly piece itself back together. V, you are an experimental product, a research outcome, a mechanical consciousness generated from my template. You're so strange. You don't follow orders, you're mischievous and naughty, and you cause me trouble all day long. But you're so cute. Even though you're just a mechanical consciousness, you're warmer than anything I've ever known. My teacher was right after all. Humans are both cursed and blessed by love. We're creatures who simply cannot survive without it. It's the magic that keeps us alive. I will never be loved or hugged by her again. But I can still embrace you, V. You were the best thing to ever happen to me. If only I could... How I wish I could continue this journey with you. I haven't properly heard you speak, haven't properly played with you, haven't grown up with you, haven't had the chance to see what you look like in the real world. I haven't properly celebrated your birthday with you, haven't properly given you a gift, and I haven't even properly given you a name. I hold you in my arms, and yet I will leave you behind. In the end, I'm just as irresponsible as that woman I called mother. Even so, I selfishly want you to live on. I've never believed in gods, because their love is fickle. But I am so greedy. I have no faith, but I want the heavens to show pity on me. Please, I beg you, hear this final wish of a piteous disciple. If possible, please let someone gentler than me, take my place beside V, to accompany V as she grows. Je t'aime, V. I love you, my child, and I hope you are born from love. Oh, man. I'm taking a screenshot. Aww. She places 2 capsules into the matrix. Her body grows weary, eyelids slowly closing. Light. A warm feeling. God, have you heard my prayer? It feels like a mother's embrace she has never felt, cradling her consciousness in its warmth. This world is ending. How many times has this happened since she first formed memories? Rocks crash down suddenly from the domed ceiling as the ground beneath gives way in an instant. She can tap into her own computing power to rewrite the main system from within, but what difference would that make? The world would briefly return to normal, only to march toward extinction once more as the pendulum swung back. The cycle would just repeat itself. The snow-silver sunlight feels inexplicably warm today. From within the collapsing rays of light, a human figure slowly materializes. Are you also a monster? Here to kill me? In this world torn asunder, the figure beholds a bewildered, helpless young girl. I am not a monster. I am the chosen one. Chosen one? She mulls over this title, small ripples stirring within her otherwise apathetic eyes. What's your name? The girl's lips quiver as if chanting some incantation, slowly releasing a string of syllables. Je t'aime, V. Someone very important told me this, but I seem to have forgotten. Jetavie? Oh, she was saying Jetavie under her breath, but we misheard it as Jetavie. Jetavie? Yes, Jetavie. I like that name. Hello, Jetavie. Hello, chosen one. She seems delighted to have found a companion. A hint of color gradually emerges in her previously numb expression. Enormous boulders suddenly crash down as the room begins to collapse, and with it, this entire world. Jetavie, let's escape together. But I've already tried. No matter what method I used, escape was impossible. The destruction of this world would simply enter the next cycle of reincarnation. Together, the two of us might just create a miracle. Take Jetavie's hand. Huh? The girl is momentarily stunned. She hesitates briefly, then firmly grasps your hand in return. Yes, let's escape together, chosen one. Oh, that was so sweet. I'm tearing up, man. I'm actually tearing up. Oh. Dang. On an emotional standpoint, this chapter was really good. Yeah. It's a floating record, so it doesn't have any part to play in the overall main story, but it was still really nice, you know? It's basically a complete backstory and a bit of an extension to derived from Matrix story. So this was good. I really liked this. I really did like it. That was really nice. Which is really annoying to me because someone on Twitter was saying that this was just as bad as Selena's chapter, man. So after reading through this, I'm like sitting here like, man, I hate, like, come on. God damn it. Someone on Twitter was saying this was just as bad as Selena's chapter, and I'm sitting here like, okay, well, I guess my expectations will be just as low. But now after reading through this was great. I love this one. Again, it's like, again, it has nothing to do with the main story at all, but that's because it's a floating record. What do you expect? It expands a bit more on derived from Matrix, and it's like, again, it's like more backstory. It's a bit of backstory and an extension of derived from Matrix, man. It just feels like this person just didn't read through derived from Matrix at all. I don't know. Or maybe they did, but they just because they were saying like it's some nonsensical shit. It's like, ugh. I don't know, man. It's crazy. That same person has like a good appreciation for the main story, but just can't seem to appreciate literally any other small story arc in any other place of the fucking game. I loved this. That was really sweet. It had a lot to do with parenthood and like, and all that stuff. It was really nice. The normal story here was like a bit of like identity, right? Had some stuff to do with like a bit of identity, while the hidden one was more on parenthood, which can kind of lead into identity, or at least the end right there. That was really good. Also, you have to give credit to where credit's due. It's really creative with what they did with Jetavie. Because the Roman numeral 6 is the letter V and I. When you shorten it, if you want to shorten it, you can just call it V. Then Jetavie comes from Je t'aime V, means I love you V. Like, that's perfect. That was so good. Just from that alone, this is up there for me, man. This is up there with one of my favorite chapters I've read. Again, not part of the main story, but it was still good. I loved it. Aww. Girl writers at it, yeah. It was really sweet. The whole thing with her being numbered as 6, shortened to V and all that stuff, it did remind me a bit of Bleach with Captain Mayuri and is Lieutenant Nemu. Her original name was Nemuri Nanago. In Japanese, that's sleeping number 7. Nana being 7 in Japanese. So sleeping Nanago, Nemuri Nanago. It was really cute. And I'll be honest with you, that kind of inspired like a little bit of OC shit within me. Because not only do I have my character Rose on Final Fantasy XIV, I have a second character made as well, and her name is Noah Shigo. And I came up with Noah Shigo. It's kind of like similar to Nemu from Bleach. And now with this, like Jetavie is also reminding me of that too, because it's kind of the same thing. Just me and my creative mind going places, but still though, it was really nice. I like that. I now have enough for a temple. Please give me the weapon. Nope. I used up all my luck from Lupa pulls. Well, that's a shame. I wish there was a easier way to just get these weapons. Aside from the weapon shards, because I don't want to get rid of my weapons, obviously. That's kind of annoying. Is there really no other way to get this? Cycling a 6-star. Lame! But yeah, that was really nice. I enjoyed that a lot. I really did enjoy that a lot. Ah. And that's the thing too. It's kind of like it's a similar sort of thing you'd see in like stories involving like scientists or sci-fi shit with their creations and whatnot. You know, it's something not even in just sci-fi stuff. Just like even with me when I created my character Rose. In a sense, she's like my own child. She's my own daughter, right? Because I technically created her. So it's like. So I guess that's why. I guess that's also part of the reason why this story kind of really hit me, right? So, when you got an imaginative and creative mind, it goes to places. So, I guess I can attribute that to all the different video games I've played throughout my life. And of course, and a bit of my creative shit from music, but that was good. I really enjoyed that. No longer my creation, it's my child. That's my kid. I'm so proud of him. I'm so proud of her. Ah, that was great. I really loved that a lot. I think it was just really the hidden story that I really loved the most. I think the hidden story by itself was just really, really good. The normal story was good too, but I think like the hidden story was just like better because of that. Damn. Now I really want to like fully build. Well, I mean, I kind of have it going already, but like I really want to like use her now. But she's a precious little gremlin. I love her name now too. Her name, the meaning behind it is so good. Jetavie, jetavieeeeeeeeeee. Alright. Now, the other story to get into is Spark to Wildfire, which I'll start right now. I'm just fucking kidding. It's already been 5 hours. I'll read this next week. Wait, how many? 26 nodes. Well, clearly I'll clearly go up to until I finish node 13. So this is obviously going to be done in 2 parts or 2 streams. Halfway through is pretty good. Ooh, I'm excited. I've heard that like amongst these 3 stories that released, Spark to Wildfire is really, really good. So I'm curious. And I'm excited. Plus it's Vera, my love. My beloved. So I'm excited. But that'll be again for next week, for Friday and Saturday. And speaking of next week, I'll plan it out here. I think Monday and Tuesday I'll play Yakuza Ishin, I think. Is Yakuza Like a Dragon Ishin? Yes, Like a Dragon Ishin. Has nothing to do with the main story. It takes place in like ancient Japan or feudal Japan or something like that. So that's going to be interesting. So that's Monday and Tuesday. Wednesday I'll do Wuwa Wednesday. Friday and Saturday though will be Vera's Spark to Wildfire chapters. Or chapter. Love Norse culture and old Valkyrie references. Was eating good. Occasional barks. Hell yeah. I'm excited then. Alright. Again, overall, Begin Anew was really nice. I loved it. On an emotional standpoint, it was really, really sweet. It gave more... It's like, it's an extension of Derived from Matrix, which I have fully finished here. It was really fun. And I loved how they kind of just combined the gameplay mechanics from Derived from Matrix and kind of incorporated it and made it part of the actual like story behind it and shit. At every single run, you're the chosen one with a new memory, with your memories erased. And each run is there to help Jetavie become stronger and stronger and gain a resistance to the virus and stuff. It was really good. It's really cool stuff. I don't recall ever playing a game that does something like that with their story and stuff. Well, I guess Hades. I remember playing Hades, so I guess there's that. 5 out of 150. Yeah, I remember playing this a long time ago, early on, but I just never felt motivated to get through it as much, so. Alright, yeah. I think I had to give my rating for Begin Anew. For just the normal story, for Begin Anew, honestly, if I want to be a bit more critical with it, I'd probably give Begin Anew like a 7 out of 10. 7 for me, 7 out of 10 for me is like not terrible, not super great. It was just good. It was really enjoyable for me. So 7 is like okay. All right. But the hidden story, I'm giving that, it was only 9 nodes, but they were lengthy. But I give that like a 9 out of 10. Like I really enjoyed that a lot. Mainly because of the emotional stuff, right? I would, but without the emotional stuff, probably like an 8 out of 10. Bump it down by 1. I did like the backstory with Yui and stuff, and the backstory to Jetavie's creation and whatnot. I liked it. And Yui also, a side note, Yui did remind me a bit of Wansha's mom. What's her name again? Wanshi, I think? Where by the end of it, they were doing all they can to really keep the children safe and save them and whatnot. So it was nice. But yeah, but all together with the normal story and hidden story, yeah, it's definitely like 8.5. Yeah. Okay. So that being said, that's it for me for tonight. Thank you for watching. Thank you for chilling with me. Thank you for chatting with me. I really do appreciate it. I hope you have a great rest of your day or night, wherever you are in the world. Take care, stay safe, drink plenty of water. Hope you enjoyed the stream. And I'll see you on Monday for Like a Dragon Ishin. And hopefully I'll get Watanabe Arcade Anima done and uploaded for tomorrow. Drink your milk for Jetavie. I'm lactose intolerant. I'm not actually kidding. I'm actually lactose intolerant. I'll drink almond milk for her. Rest up? Yep, I definitely will. Alrighty. Drink water for Genevieve. I'll make the sacrifice and drink milk. But yeah, again, thank you for watching. Again, I hope you enjoyed the stream. See you on Monday then. Have a great rest of your weekend, everyone. Thank you. Bye-bye.